Anyway, good evening everybody and welcome to this speedrun tutorial for Metal Gear Solid Integral on the PC. I'm going to be teaching you any percent today, so if you are interested in learning all bosses, then you'll need to have a look at some other guides. This one is specifically going to focus on any percent, and in this guide I'm also going to focus specifically on easy, because if you're watching a guide for the first time, you really should be running easy. There are some changes for the different categories. For normal isn't that much different from easy. For any percent at least, you'll need a little bit more ammo for a couple of things, and Raven starts in a different location. And then hard and extreme, you don't have a radar, guards can see much further, you need more ammo, and again, Raven starts in a different position. On extreme, Raven's actually in the same position he is on easy. So you don't need to worry about that. Very easy is a very different kind of run, because we're allowed to use some extra tools that we're not normally allowed to use. But outside of those extra tools, very easy is actually pretty much the same as easy. You just get an unlimited ammunition rifle from the very start of the game. So if you wanna learn very easy, I do have a very easy update video available on my YouTube channel. Because it's quite interesting, but I would always recommend anyone starts with easy and then works their way onto the other difficulties from there. The version of the game that I am playing on is the Reddit patch, also called the Oxide patch. This is a patch that was originally applied to the retail copy. If you do get it from Reddit, I believe it does include the full game. Can't post links or anything like that because copyright, etc. But it is how a lot of people play the game. There is also a version available through Good Old Games, or GOG. I do own that. I used to run that, but there is a really, really horrible crash that randomly happens partway through the game, which turned me off it and put me onto the Reddit patch instead. Each have their own quirks. Each have a couple of different things that you can and can't do with them. The Reddit version is a bit awkward for setting up your controller. And despite, no matter which version of the game you play, you will need to get some sort of controller setup. If you use a DualShock, if you use a DualShock 4 or 5, I'm using a DualShock 4. So it's not a DualShock 5, it's a DualSense, isn't it? The PS5's controller. Then using DS for Windows is highly, highly recommended. I have quite a few different button presses that are way from the norm. I will quickly try and go through some of them. So here is the controller setup, as you can see. Obviously, it doesn't really make a lot of sense what we're then call button 3, button 1, button 0, etc. You'll notice that control doesn't even have anything assigned to it. I'll explain that shortly, but it doesn't matter for any percent. So for the most part, I set up my controller exactly the same way as you would set up the controller, or as the controller would be set up on the PlayStation 1 version. So X is crouch. I can push buttons here. X is crouch, and as you see, when I push X, it will show up on the controller down below, so you can see what's happening. Circle is punch kick. Square is to fire weapon. Triangle is first person. R1. Equip, unequip weapon. L1, equip, unequip item. L2 is open the item menu. Start. I thought that one would work, or maybe I did that with something else. Start isn't working. That one works. I must have set this to something different. I set this to F3. I'll explain a little bit later, but now I've just remembered. The options button I have set to F3, and start I have set to the right side of the touchpad. But so you can see when I touch the touchpad, it doesn't show me doing that on the controller below. It shows me pushing start. Same as if I hit the right side, it's select, and also share is also select. I can use it. For the Reddit version, the other thing that you will definitely need to do is you need to, if you want to use the directional buttons to play the game, and I do, I use the directional buttons. I find it much easier to play, but you can play with analog if you want. You do need to set the directional buttons so that they're actually the analog stick. So when I'm holding up here, you can see down below that it's showing that I'm holding up on the controller, but actually I'm sending the game the input for the analog stick up. I just have DS for Windows, swapping those over, and I also have that display down there customized so that it doesn't show the analog and it actually shows me pushing up. That is because if you try and assign the directional buttons, for some reason, Snake can't move diagonally. Don't know why. It's not present in the GOG version. If you're playing the GOG version, Snake can move diagonally. You can use the controller setup is much easier on the GOG version. But for some reason on the Reddit version, you either need to use the directional keys on your keyboard, or you need to use the analog stick, or you trick the game into thinking that your D-pad is actually your analog stick. Don't get your D-pad set as your keyboard inputs, because for some reason when you go into a new room, the game doesn't register your keyboard input straight away. So you'll find that Snake is stood still whilst you're holding. If you hold up to start moving, Snake will be stood still and won't do anything. If you use the analog stick, he moves straight away. Again, don't know why. That's the quirkiness of the PC version. If I haven't already made it clear, the PC version of this game is very, very bad. It is not a good port at all. It's wonderful for speedrunning because we have some very, very lovely quirks that we can play with. But outside of that, the PC version is very, very clunky and very, very annoying. So, you know, you do need to take it with a pinch of salt. There is one button that I didn't explain when I went through, and I did that deliberately. For me, R2, you'll notice when I hit R2, I'm actually hitting 8 on my controller. Now, this is completely optional. You can, if you want, you can set R2 to be the weapon menu if you want. But because this game has weapon hotkeys, and we can equip any weapon in the game using the hotkeys, using the number keys across the top of the keyboard, you never need to open the weapon menu. There used to be one strategy where we did still need to open the weapon menu, and that's pretty much it. No one really does that strategy anymore. And in fact, because I don't have it set up, I could show it because I do have S, as you can see there, S on the keyboard is set to the weapon menu, so I could use that. So maybe I'll show it, but it doesn't really matter. I also have a couple of other custom things. Again, they will show up on the display below as the input that they are sending, not what I'm pushing on the controller, because I find that easier to teach and also to show. But for example, the PlayStation button there, I have set to 9. The left analog stick in, I have set to 0. The right analog stick in, I have set to 1. And then each of the up, down, left, and right on the right analog stick also correspond to another button. So up is 5, down is 4, left is 3, and right is 8. So right and R2 are both 8. There is a reason for that, which I will explain a bit more in a minute. You will end up using a combination of the keyboard and the controller. Don't think that once you've got the controller in your hands, that's it. You will need to swap to the keyboard at times. For me personally, one of the tricks that we use called GME, which I'll explain when it comes up later, I find much easier to execute using the keyboard rather than using a pad. So you do want to be sort of flexible and ready to move over to the keyboard if you need to. In regards to the keyboard, you'll see that most of my settings for the keyboard are pretty straightforward. Most of them match up. Some of them you won't even use, like X being first-person view. I'll never use that. It just doesn't come up. But some of the weird ones that you might see there, crawl, I have set to the dash or hyphen button. That is the button next to 0 at the top of the keyboard. That is because of GME. God mode exploit. Again, I'll explain that a bit more later, but I find it very easy to have the crawl button there ready to use it. So I'll explain more about that later. The other one that, as I've already pointed out, that may look a bit odd is the weapon button. Doesn't have a controller input. The reason for this doesn't actually matter for any percent. If you're just intending on running any percent, you don't need to worry about this. You can set the weapon button to be square on your controller. The reason I don't have it set to anything on the controller is because when I'm hitting square here and it's showing up down there that I'm hitting square, I'm actually pushing control on the keyboard. The reason for that is that when you fight Psycho Mantis in an all bosses run, you have to use the keyboard so that he can't read your controller inputs. So to make it easier for ourselves, we just set the standard fire to always be the keyboard button. But as I said, you're not going to fight Psycho Mantis in any percent, so you don't actually need to worry about it. But figured it was probably worth mentioning. And I think that's it for the controller setup. Your video and sound options, you'll want to do a little bit of stuff with B-Man's integral launcher. There's more information on the Discord server and other places on how to do that. I'm not going to go into too much detail on that. As far as in-game settings are concerned, though, because this is quite easy to go through, anything on the first page you can do what you want with. I have captions on because I find it easier to see when some of the voice lines are coming up for with having captions on, and I think it's nice for viewers so that they don't have to listen and they can just read it. Sound volume you obviously do want on. You do want to be able to hear the game. Music volume, on the other hand, is completely up to you. There are a couple of music cues in the game, but they are you can bypass them. You can do other things rather than listen out for the music. So if you want to disable the music, and a lot of runners do disable the music, you're very welcome to. I don't. I prefer the music, and one of the sound cues that I use does rely on the music, and I use that version rather than the other version. On advanced, most of the advanced page you are free to do whatever you like with. The only one that I would highly recommend, and every runner will recommend it, is that you keep it on software mode. Do not use hardware mode. If you're on the GOG version, this will be called hardware, or it might be the name of your graphics card. If you're on the Reddit version, then it will be called DG Voodoo DirectX Wrapper. Do not use that rendering device. Use the software rendering device. The graphics resolution doesn't make a difference. You can do whichever one you want. The reason for that is on software mode, some levels of the game load quicker. So it is faster to play it in software mode. Okay, so now that we've explained that, we should go through just a little bit before we get started about what Snake can do and how we move Snake around. So I'm going to load into quite a later area of the game. I'm going to load into Wolf 2 here, because by this point Snake's got most of his weapons. Not that you can use all of them. Now, Snake obviously moves around quite normally, up, down, left and right. We can make him crawl. We can make him throw weapons using square. We can PPK. We can go into first person. Equip, unequip. And we have the weapon menu, the item menu. So I can't open the weapon menu with my controller. I can open it with the keyboard, but you shouldn't really need to worry about that. You're not going to open the weapon menu. The special thing with the PC version is that Snake has weapon hotkeys, so we can swap between certain weapons by using the hotkeys on the keyboard. Now, on any percent, you're not actually going to have that many weapons. In fact, you're only going to have grenades, which are on 3. You're going to have stun grenades, which are on 8, which this save doesn't have any stun grenades at this moment in time. You're going to have the chaff grenades, which are on 9. And you're going to have the PSG-1, which is on 0. So it is important that you learn which buttons are those, and that's why some of those buttons are set to the controllers. So if I push the PlayStation button, I get out my chaff grenade. If I push down on the left analog stick, I get the PSG-1 out. The way you set your weapons up on your controller is completely up to you. It's all down to personal preference, and I'm pretty sure every runner does something different. The main special one for me is that I have stun grenades on R2. for any percent anyway. On any percent, I have stun grenades on R2. On all bosses, I have C4 on R2. And on very easy runs, I have the MP5 or FAMAS on R2. It's the one button that changes for every single run that I do. So it is completely down to personal preference. What else do we need to know about Snake? Well, Snake runs quicker if you've got a weapon equipped. That is a very, very important point. If you are just moving through the game normally, then you always want to have a weapon equipped, and most often you will see runners with the chaff grenade out. Now the reason for that is because it's the first weapon we pick up in the game, and it's also the one weapon where we usually have some ammo for it. In fact, we do go out of our way to make sure that we keep at least one chaff grenade at all times, and that's the other reason why I have chaff. Chaff is 9 on the keyboard. I have that assigned to my PlayStation button, because then it means at any point in the game where I need a weapon so that I'm running faster, I just hold the push the PlayStation button and equip a weapon. So that is very, very important. There's a couple of other important tricks that will come up. I will talk about those as and when we need them. I'm not a big fan of sort of showing off all of the different things and all the different things that Snake can do, because then you'll forget them when we actually need them. So we'll talk about them a bit more when they come up. So let's actually get started with the game. So if you're using Livesplit, and you absolutely should be, you'll probably want to download the Autosplitter by B-Man. At any time during today's stream, guys, if you want access to any of the tools that you might want to use, if you type !tools into the chat, as I've just done, it will show you a link to download some of those things. If you're watching a VOD, particularly if you're watching this on YouTube, I'll have that link down in the video description below. So here we go. If you're running Livesplit, use the Autosplitter, and the timer will automatically start when you start a new game. As soon as you hit circle or enter or whichever button you want to use to start the game on the difficulty level, the timer will start. You want to hold X straight away to skip the first cutscene, and then mash the start button in order to skip the cutscene. This is the other really nice thing about the PC version. PC version cutscenes skip almost instantly. So whenever you know a cutscene is going to come up, you want to hold the X button, and you will immediately skip it. The other nice thing, you can completely skip codec calls by hitting escape or hitting start. So whenever a codec call is about to start, you mash the start button or mash escape, and you will skip that codec call. So again, very important. It's going to come up a lot. Now once you're in, you want to run over. Oh, it doesn't matter too much if you get spotted here. But you want to kill this guard, and then you want to get spotted by this guard and run away. And the reason we do this is we are going to farm alerts. Now, an alert is the complete continuation of being spotted and escaping again. As soon as the evasion counter, the evasion timer has hit 0 and the radar comes back, the alert is over and we could start to get our next one. So at the moment, my alert count is now at 1. So I need to keep running around until the evasion timer has gone down to 0. Now, unfortunately there, I got spotted and the alert started again before the evasion counter ended. That means that I'm still on 1 alert. It's still the same single alert. It's very important that you lose that evasion. You completely lose the alert before you start your next one. We're going to just keep running them around. And on the easiest difficulty, the guard line of sight is so short that it's very, very easy to get out of their line of sight. Now, unfortunately, I still haven't evaded him, so we need to do something here. What we're going to do is we're going to run through this puddle. That's going to cause him to spot me again. It's because I was a bit slow with the startup. I'm just going to stay here out of the way for him. Just going to wait for him to get out of the way. Do a little bit of knocking. Cause him to come back over, and we can start again. So now we are on alert number 2. Run through the puddle. He's going to go and investigate that puddle. I can come and stand up here out of the way. As soon as we get to about 25 seconds on the evasion, knock so that he comes around the corner. Get the next alert and go. Again, run through the puddle. That's going to make him go and investigate the puddle. Hide up over here. 25 seconds. Start knocking. Come around the corner. Next alert. Now, of course, you're probably wondering, why are we doing this? Why are we getting all of these alerts? It will come into play later. There is a point in the game where we need our alert counter to have hit 11 by the time we get there. Because something special will happen. I will talk more about what that is later. There's not much point in talking about it now. The docks, whilst you're in the docks, the timer for the lift is static. You can't do anything to speed it up. The only thing you can do to slow it down is to be in an alert status when the timer ends. If you're still in an alert status as the timer for the elevator ends, the elevator won't come down until you've dropped that alert. So it's important that you keep an eye on the credits so that you know when. Or there is also a timer, which I was hoping would have shown up in the info there, but it hasn't. I don't know if I don't know if the timer's running. So it's important that you keep an eye out so that you know when to stop farming alerts and when to leave. And the time to stop farming alerts and leave is when you see the credit for translated by Jeremy Blaustein, which is actually the next credit. There it is, translated by Jeremy Blaustein. At this point, you want to stop getting alerts. You want to finish whatever alert you're currently on and get up over to the elevator. That credit there, Assistant Director Yoshikazu Matsuhana, that is the point where your final alert should end. You need to have ended your alert before that credit disappears. Because once that credit disappears, the elevator is going to turn up in about 7 seconds. At that point, I want to stand here near the elevator, wait for the elevator to come down. Now at this point, because I did so much messing around, I already know that I don't have enough alerts. You want to be getting out here with at least 5. Okay, so you need to be running that guard around and getting at least 5 alerts. What I'm going to do now, before we move on, is I'm actually going to restart the game. Oh, I need to. Okay. Hoping that the timer there will display the correct information this time. So if we start again. Again, hold X to skip, and we're off. No, it's still not showing up. I was hoping it would. Let me just take a second to see if I can get this to work. Hey, there we go. Although it's now not showing the room. Why is that not stopping? Just bear with me a second, folks. Okay, hopefully it works now. Okay, so if we start again, just to sort of show what happens. So, soon as you start the game, hold X, skip the first cutscene, and then mash, and we're off. So, you want to immediately get yourself into this position here. Wait for the guard to sneeze. Go and choke him out. Run up to him, mash square, choke him out, and then knock, get this guard's attention, and then run. Run through the puddle. That's going to cause him to go and investigate the puddle. Once again, as we get to about 25 seconds, start knocking, come around the corner, get your alert, run. And you're going to repeat this as many times as you can until that Jeremy Blaustein credit. Now, it's important that when you start knocking, continue to knock as the evasion ends. Because whilst the guard is investigating your knock, if the evasion ends as he's investigating, you will stop his investigation and he'll turn around. I'll show you what I mean. So here, you'll see that he stopped, He didn't actually turn around and go back. He wanted to carry on going. But he did stop his investigation. So it's important that when you're knocking, to wait for about 25 seconds to come up, start knocking and continue to knock through the evasion so that you alert him again. So he'll stop his investigation and he'll restart immediately because you've knocked again. You can see we've got about 30 seconds left on the elevator turning up. Gonna knock again. Move round. There's the translated by Jeremy Blaustein credits. We now know that we need to stop. So if when you've got in your last one, run round, run through the puddle. That'll cause the guard to go and check out the puddle. And we're now at the elevator as the assistant director credit showing, and the timer is going to hit 0. Okay. So it is very important that you practice going through the docks, getting those alerts, and escaping the alert in that time frame. Use the timer that you can get on the auto splitter, or keep an eye on the credits. Say Jeremy Blaustein, get your last alert and run away. By the time assistant director comes up, you need to be ending that alert and getting to the elevator. But it is very important that you get at least 5 alerts. If done very, very well, it is possible to get 9 alerts in here. There are a couple of tricks you would have to use to get 9, but it is possible to get 9 alerts in here. I think actually it's possible to get 10, but that is really cutting it fine. But getting 5 isn't difficult. I would aim for 6 if you can, but getting 5 isn't difficult. You just have to practice. Now, this guard here, guard vision is on a level playing field across the x-axis. Y? No, that's Y. That's X. Yeah, he does. Guards don't look on the y-axis. They don't look up and down. They look straight ahead. So what we can do here is we can knock on the wall, and then as the guard turns to look at where we're knocking and investigate, run across in front of him because he's still elevated whilst on the elevator. If I keep knocking until the guard notices, run across, and then get straight in the left. You do need to be careful there because as the guard runs over, he does slightly turn towards you. So make sure you're nice and far over so that you can then quickly get back onto the elevator and you don't get spotted. Because if you get spotted there, you can't go up the elevator. If you get spotted there, you then need to run away, get rid of your alert, and run back again. So you have to be very careful. Okay, so again, we're going to skip the cutscene by holding X, mash start, skip, hold X, mash start. And for this cutscene here, what you actually want to do to skip it is hold X and square at the same time. You don't want to just hold X, and there's gonna be a few cutscenes where you're gonna want to do this. The reason we do that is because the cutscene ends so quickly and transfers to gameplay very, very quickly. If you were to just hold X to skip that cutscene, Snake would crouch. So the reason we hold square is because the square input overrides the X input for whatever reason. Snake will briefly grab the air because square is his grab button if he hasn't got a weapon equipped. So by quickly grabbing the end, you won't even see it. He'll do it before the black screen is even loaded in. And by doing that means he doesn't crouch and you can immediately get off. I would show you what that looks like with him crouching, but that would mean having to redo the whole of the docks again. So I'm not going to do that. Okay, so Heliport. Heliport used to be very tricky. The route we used to use in any percent used to be quite tricky. It is the same route that we still use in all bosses, but any percent now is a little bit different because of a new trick that we learnt called swim. I will explain swim a little bit later when it comes up. But the main purpose of the heliport now on any percent is that we need to get through the heliport with 2 weapons. Normally we would only pick up the chaff grenades, which is 1 weapon, and then we would be on our way. But in order to use swim in a little while, we need to have 2 weapons, and the fastest place that we can find a second weapon is here in the heliport. There are some stun grenades over on the left hand side. So what we're going to do is we're going to run into the middle of the heliport. We're going to get an alert, which is absolutely fine. We need that alert. We need that counter to increase. We're going to get an alert whilst grabbing the chaff grenades. We're then going to run over and grab the stun grenades. We're going to use one of those stun grenades, and then we're going to escape. So, remember, we have weapon hotkeys available. And if you're holding a weapon hotkey as you pick up the corresponding weapon, Snake will immediately equip it. So before I even get to the chaff grenades, you'll see that I'm holding 9. Holding 9 on the... well, I'm holding my PlayStation button, but that's showing up as 9. I'm holding that, and as Snake runs over the chaff grenades, he'll immediately equip them. So we run up, over, hold 9, grab the chaff grenade, Snake immediately equips them and starts running faster. And just run over to the left, grab the stun grenades, 8 for stun grenades, throw 1. I threw that a little bit late, actually. But it might be right. Yeah, that was a little bit late. And through. And that's the route. That's the route. You don't need to go anywhere else. Don't go up to the top, the top vent or anything else. It's just there. So I'm going to show that again. I'm going to show that again a bit quicker. So straight up. When you're running here, just go up and right. Don't try and there is another technique which I'll talk a bit more about later when it's a bit more useful, called flutter stepping. Snake runs slower at a 45-degree angle, so we try and fake other angles by tapping a direction. The problem is if you do that here, there's a good chance Snake will get shot. So for here, it's just easier just to go up and right. So up and right, hold 9, grab chaff grenades. Straight over to the right here, grab stun grenades. Throw a stun grenade as you get past that guard. All the way over here, and in. And you've probably already worked it out. The reason we throw that stun grenade is so we can get past that guard. You can get past that guard without using a stun grenade, but it's slow and not worth it. Just using the stun grenade means you immediately run straight forwards and into the vent. Just crawl into the vent. Very easy. Okay, you're now going to slowly make your way over through the tank hangar. There's going to be a codec call here from Miller. Now, whenever you receive a codec call during gameplay, Snake will stop in place. So it's very important that you answer that codec call as quickly as possible, because the quicker you answer it, the less Snake will have stopped. It is possible, if you know exactly when a codec call is going to happen, to answer the call before Snake even starts to stop. But it is quite tricky. I wouldn't worry about it too much. It's a bit more of an advanced technique. The main thing is that as soon as you see the call alert, as soon as you hear the call alert, you're hitting select as quickly as possible. There we go. If I just reload that, if I'd not pushed anything, if I just waited, you see how much longer that takes for Snake to answer the codec call, and that's really slow. So whenever you're answering a codec call, you want to be hitting that button as quickly as possible. So as I come in here, I already have my thumb over the select button so that I can answer the call and skip out of it straight away. Getting through this vent, you just go through this vent normally. Nothing special. Don't try and don't keep turning, because that's just going to slow you down. Just straight forwards, and as you go around the corners, just be nice, simple 90-degree turn. Nothing overly special. If you've still got your stun grenades equipped at this point, make sure you switch over to chaff grenades. Just going to use a chaff grenade very shortly. So yeah, if you've got your stun grenades. Oh darn! This save doesn't have stun grenades on it. So I don't have any. Okay. It's not a problem. I'll get some more stun grenades later. It's not an issue. So the tank hangar is at first the tank hangar is a little bit complicated. It is it's kind of the first big challenge you'll hit. Because what you need to do is you need to get into the elevator that's on the other side of the room, but you need to do it without being spotted. in most cases in the game, if you get spotted, it's not going to be a problem. You're just going to run away. But you can't use elevators during an alert phase. You can't push the button to call one during an alert. You can push the button to call one during an evasion, but you can you can use the button to call one during an evasion, but you can't use the lift controls. B-Man asking, do I have cheat switch on? I do, so yes, I can just use a cheat and get some stun grenades. So you need to get through here without getting spotted, and there's a couple of different ways we can do this. Now, the easiest version of this is we're gonna knock on a box, because we need this guard here. So this guard who's just walking up over here, he's gonna walk up to here. And if we're at the elevator at that point, he's going to spot us. So we need to stop that guard from seeing us. Okay? This guard here isn't really a problem. So in order to do that, I just realised this isn't going to... This should be fine. What we're going to do is we're going to run over to the box here. We're going to knock on the box and then run up to the elevator and get in. Now, the reason why those guards weren't there is because when I reloaded the area, and you can't use the area reload, I'm just using it to get around quicker, the guard pattern resets to how the guards were stood when you first got into the vent all the way back. So if you do want to practice this level for any reason, you have to load a tank hanger save, and you have to start from the very far end of the vent every time. What it does, however, mean is that if you die, if you take a death in this room, you will restart here, and the guards won't be here. So if you do take a death and you want to carry on, then you can just run straight to the elevator with no issues. Just go straight up to the elevator, go in, and go down. But if you want to practice it properly, then you do have to do this all the way back from here every time. So unfortunately, we do have to now crawl along this vent. Oh, I answered that. I tried to answer that codec call a little too quickly there. That's what you should avoid. That's going to waste you some time. So just going to go through the vent again. Just as we're going through, should point out, please, at any point, if there's anything you're unsure about, you want me to show something again, ask questions. This is a live tutorial after all. Obviously, if you're watching the VOD, you're watching this on YouTube, you can't do that. But leave comments below, and I'll answer them in time. But for any live viewers, if you've got any questions at any point, please ask and go over things and talk about stuff. It's the whole point of doing this live like this. Okay, so we're going to come out of the vent, angle up slightly, and then run straight over to that box. Knock on the box. That's going to cause the guard to run around the other side of the box, as you can see. He went and looked around the other side, and now he continues his pattern. So you then do need to get into the lift reasonably quickly, so that he doesn't spot you. So that is the safe method of doing that. So just very simple. Run straight over to the box. Knock on the box. Tend to knock on the box twice. Because sometimes the first knock might not register properly. So it's usually safer to knock twice. And then from there, as soon as the guard starts moving, you can then run up to the elevator and get in. What I'm going to show you now is the slightly faster method, and this is the chaff throwing method. This is what most runners use. It's not that difficult, so you might want to skip the box knock method and do this straight away. But if you're not so comfortable with throwing grenades, then you might find that is a better method for you to get started with. But the chaff method, what we're going to do is we're going to throw a chaff grenade at the box instead. Okay, so as soon as we stand up here, I'm going to cook the chaff, same movement, and throw. I'm going to let go of square and throw the chaff grenade just as Snake is about to run under the cannon from the tank. So it's a bit difficult there to see because of the pause menu, but you can see I'd let go of square, and Snake is just about to run under that cannon. What that's going to do is that's going to throw the chaff grenade at the box. When the chaff grenade explodes, it's going to distract the guard in the exact same position as we would distract him if we were knocking on the box instead. And cause him to do the exact same route, and we can go straight up to the elevator. So we'll continue on. There we go. It's there. It's going to distract him. We can go over to the elevator, and we're inside. Okay. I'll show you that one more time. Does mean we have to go through the tank hangar once again. But no, do not fear. So, as I say, if you're not comfortable using grenades, then you might find that you wanna hold off on this until you feel a bit more comfortable using grenades. And by the end of this game, you should feel more comfortable using grenades. So yeah, just do what feels best for you. With every technique and thing that I show, if you find your own way of doing something that you prefer and works for you, then go with that. If you prefer knocking on the box, knock on the box. If you prefer the chaff grenade, throw the chaff grenade. Now come out of the vent, stand up. Don't start cooking it straight away. Give it a second. Throw it at the box. Go to the lift. Get in the lift. And go down to B1. I personally find the chaff throw very, very easy. So yeah, I would recommend learning the chaff throw if you can. But if you're not so comfortable with it, then don't worry about it. We do have the knock method. Okay, so we're now in the cell. But before we continue on into the cell, we need to talk about one of the game's random elements. The elevators. These elevators are a pain in the arse because they are one of the random elements in the game. Now, luckily, in any percent, we are only going to go through elevators 1, 2, 3, 4 times. We're only going to use these elevators 4 times. In all bosses, you'd use these, I think it's about 10 times in all bosses. But we're only going to go through 4. Obviously, we've just done the first one. Now, the randomness comes from how quickly the elevator turns up. If you push the button, you might find nothing happens. And then eventually, the elevator will turn up. But if I just move away for a second, wait for that elevator door to close again. Will close. Maybe it'll close if I'm not looking at it. Go on, elevator. Bugger off. Alright, maybe it doesn't close after you've called it again. Oh, there we go. It's closed again. You'll notice if you hit the elevator button twice, the elevator will automatically turn up. And you will probably find that you are calling the elevator twice like that more often than not. There are what I determine there are 4 different versions of the elevator. There is the elevator where the moment you push the button, the elevator doors just open, the elevator's already there. That's the fastest version. The second version, which is just as fast, is where you push the button and immediately hear the elevator coming down. With that one, you only need to push the button once because by the time you finish the button animation, the lift doors are open and you can go in. The third one is what I call the troll elevator. It's the worst one. The troll elevator, the noise for the elevator coming down doesn't start until Snake has finished the animation for pushing the button. And because you can't hear the elevator coming down whilst you're pushing the button, then you will want to get ready to push the button for a second time because you might have the last elevator. So you'll push it again. And you'll find that with the troll elevator, if you hadn't pushed the button a second time, you'd have actually got in quicker. The problem is that if it isn't the troll elevator, just some guy, thank you very much for the sub. Cheers, dude.
Almost a year.
Almost a year. If you push the button a second time, you've got the troll elevator. You would have actually got into the elevator quicker if you hadn't pushed the button a second time. But you don't know if you were going to get the troll elevator or if you're going to get the 4th elevator. The 4th elevator is the one we saw just a second ago, which was you push the button and you don't hear anything. It just randomly turns up whenever it's ready. So actually it'd be quicker for me to just reload. No, wait, because... It won't, because the reloading will close the doors, but hopefully it might work here. So that is elevator number 2. As soon as I push the button, you heard the elevator, you can go straight in. We'll load another save and see if we get a different elevator. As I say, it's completely random which elevator you get. It's actually based on the game's in-frame time. So it isn't completely random, but because it's down to the individual frame, it's impossible for us as players to manipulate it. So let's go and push the button again. We got elevator number 2 again. I'll do it one more time. See if we can get the troll elevator. That's the worst one. Okay, so go and push the button. Okay, we're always getting elevator number 2 now, so never mind. We'll see more elevators. Don't worry. But basically, the thing to know is that as you hit the button, if the elevator doors don't open or you don't hear the lift, start mashing circle to push the button a second time, because you don't want it to be the 4th one. You don't want to have to wait for the elevator to come down. It is just quicker. You don't lose that much time. It's about a second and a half if you have to push the button a second time. So it's not that much, and it is just one of the random elements in the game. So don't worry too much about it. All right. So moving onwards, this is the cell, and this is probably the most infamous room in Metal Gear Solid speedrunning. This is where we skip about 20 minutes of the game, and this is what makes this the any percent run. If you were doing all bosses, you would climb this ladder and you'd go over to rescue the DARPA chief and carry on. But instead, we're gonna skip into the torture sequence. So that skips about 20 minutes of the game. It skips the guard encounter. It skips Ocelot. It skips the ninja fight. It skips Psycho Mantis. It skips Sniper Wolf 1. And that's it. Those are all the boss fights that you skip doing this method. It's called the vent glitch, so named because we use this vent to do it. And what we're going to do is we're going to put Snake out of bounds. Tank. Tank! There we go. I knew I'd forgotten one. Thank you, Carrigs. You also skipped the tank fight. So what we're going to do is we're going to put Snake out of bounds, and then we're going to run all the way around to the other side of this door. Now, every single door in the game, when you open it, there is a loading area on the other side of the door. And it's Snake moving into that area that transitions him into the next scene. So by getting to the other side of this door, we get into the load area for going into the next room. To go out of bounds, what we do is we head over to this vent, and we do what's called the vent glitch. This is a glitch that is doable on both PC and console. So you can do this on the PlayStation version. This isn't exclusive to the PC version. What you want to do is you want to get Snake into the vent so that his knees are just sort of at the edge. So if you go too far back in, then Snake will just go into first person mode. And if you're too far out, if you're this far out, then Snake will just stand up where he is. So you don't want to do that. You want Snake's knees to just be in. It's about here. There is a lot of leeway with this. It's not super precise. So don't worry about, don't think, oh, I can kind of see his knees there, so I kind of got to edge back in. There's a lot of leeway with this trick. And what you're going to do to get through what we're going to cause Snake to do, to sort of explain it a bit better, is we're going to cause Snake to stand up exactly where he stood, so that he stood on top of this vent. He's going to clip through this wall and stand on top of the vent. So to do this, halfway, get your legs halfway in, hold the first person view button, so that's triangle by default, hold up, you're looking up, and then what you're going to do is release triangle and up at the same time, and then almost immediately afterwards hit X. Not at the same time. If you hit X as you let go, you'll just stand up. Won't work. If you wait too long, it won't work. Snake now won't stand up. You have to. This takes a bit of getting used to. When I first tried this trick, this took me ages. But once you understand and once you know the timing, it will feel very natural. So hold triangle and up, and then just as you let go of it, then hit X. just like that. As you can see now, Snake is stood on top of the vent. If I move Snake over here, we stood on top of the vent. Snake is now out of bounds, and we can move around. And this is what every single room in the game looks like. There's Johnny. There's Johnny Sasaki, sat on the loo, reading his magazine. This is what every single room in the game looks like. It's a big black area with the main portion of the game inside it. In these rooms, we can actually clip through to the other side. Every single room wraps around. So if I go all the way over to the right, Snake will emerge back out at the left. If I go all the way down, I keep holding down, eventually Snake will appear at the top of the room. Eventually. It takes a while, depends how big the rooms are, and they are quite big. Eventually Snake will appear at the top of the room. Or maybe he won't. Or maybe I think I have already wrapped around it and we'll just keep going around in circles. So let me load the cell again so that we're back outside. Show you that one more time. So run down. Run over to the vent. Crawl so your knees are halfway in. Up and triangle. As soon as you let go, then tap X. You're out of bounds. And then from here, all you're going to do is you're going to look at the radar. You're not going to see anything on the screen. You're just going to look at the radar, watch the little white dot, move around the outside of the level until you get over to the door. Now, you can double tap triangle and go into first person view if you want. You can run around in first person view. You really don't need to. Just use the radar to position yourself here. This is this bit of floor that you see here. This is the loading area. If I move into that area, Snake will now move into this room. But that's the vent glitch. Now, when you get good at the vent glitch, you'll find that you can get into it a lot quicker. So, for example, we can use the line on the floor to determine when we want Snake to crouch. So as soon as we hit this line on the floor here, crouch, and then we spin Snake round just by tapping up, down. So just by tapping up and then left. So up, left, and it turns Snake around 180 degrees. You can do that 360 if you really want to. Keep turning around. So when done well, you just immediately crouch, spin, go. But obviously that will come with time. Get used to getting Snake into that position. Get used to using the vent glitch before you try like making that quicker. Yeah, that is the infamous vent glitch. In any percent we only use it the one time. It's not used again. So, you know, getting this understood and mastering that skill is very, very important for this run. So again, we're going to run all the way around. Up left. And once we go through this door, you immediately want to hold X because there is a cutscene. And when I skip this cutscene, you'll see that Snake immediately crouches. It doesn't matter in this room because you're not going anywhere, so that's fine. But as I said earlier, because the cutscenes end so quickly, you immediately gain control and Snake will crouch if you're just holding X. So you'll see that now. So as I move into the room, hold X, Snake immediately crouches and we're into the Medi Room. Okay, so as I said, we just skipped the first 20 minutes of the game. What has happened is because Snake has entered the Medi Room, the game finds the event flag for the Medi Room, and the first time you ever enter the Medi Room is immediately after you've been tortured for the first time. The place where you get tortured it looks like it's that room over there because there's a torture bed and that's where it happens. The actual torture sequence takes place in a different room in the game. It is its own room. That is just a mock-up of the same room. So the first time you actually enter this room, the Medi Room, is after that first torture sequence. So at this point in the game, Snake has already undergone his first torture sequence. He did not submit to torture. We haven't submitted to it. So as far as the game is concerned, we passed the first set of torture. So we will have a second set of torture to go on. Now, once you get into this room, there isn't a lot to do at first. You will have weapons. You shouldn't have weapons at this point because you shouldn't be able to use them. You can't do anything with them. If you try and use these weapons, Johnny ignores it. He's not scripted. He's not scripted to pay attention to them. So don't worry about it. Don't try. I have now just wasted a chaff grenade. It's not really a problem. Next up, there is going to be a codec call. This comes at the same point. There is a music cue for it, so this is one reason why you might want to keep the music on. When the next sound beat happens, I'm going to actually reload the medical room so that we can listen to it. So listen to the music here. So we can do what you want with the weapons. As I say, there is nothing you can do at this point. You are just waiting for things to happen. We'll wait for Johnny to finish sneezing, and then he's going to have his stomach problems, and he's going to run off. I say, listen to the music here. We're now going to get this deep. Ooh, so that's one. We're going to get a second one. Two. And on the third one, there's going to be a codec call. Again, you want to answer that codec call as quickly as possible because the trigger for Johnny to come back is the ending of that call. So as soon as that call comes in, as soon as you hear that beat, hit select, answer the call, skip it as quickly as possible. Now, whilst you're waiting for that call to come up, what you actually want to do is get under the bed. I'm going to quickly get under the bed here. And as soon as the camera changes to get to the intrusion view where you're in first person, just let go of all of the buttons. Don't hold anything anymore. That will put Snake into a resting position here. So as you see, if I crawl backwards into this bed and then let go, it will always put Snake back into this resting position in the exact same place, and that's very important. What's going to happen now is Johnny's going to come back into the room, and he's going to think that Snake's escaped. He can't see him under the bed because he's stupid. But before Johnny comes into the room to investigate, we're going to reveal ourselves to show, no, we're here the whole time. It was a trick. You could allow Johnny to come into the room, kill him, and then we can escape. Except you have no means of getting out of this room and you'll actually softlock the game. You can't go anywhere. You could also not hide under the bed. The problem is if you hide under the bed, Johnny falls asleep. And that wastes about 40 seconds waiting for him to wake up and do that. And for some reason, if you trick him with the bed trick, he doesn't fall asleep. So this is very important. So crawl under the bed until you switch to intrusion view and you're in this position. And it's quite difficult to make out. I'm going to go to this pause menu instead. If you look at the window at the very top, you can see that the window is arranged into diamonds. And what we want to do is we want to start crawling out as Johnny passes by the fourth diamond. So if you count from left to right, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, sort of 7 and a bit diamonds before you get to that pillar that's right next to me. What you want to do is as soon as Johnny is about halfway along the fourth diamond, I don't think I've got my mouse pointer available here. We can no, of course I don't. So I can't really I don't think I can really show you. I should have thought about that and like created some sort of graphic that I could show you. Let me quickly pull up just a box or something. Should be able to create a color source. Add a color. Oh, And that's a color source that went over the entire game. That was silly. Okay, so if I use this color source here, so you can see the different diamonds. You've got a diamond here, got a diamond here, got a diamond here, and you've got the fourth diamond here. Is when Johnny passes past this fourth diamond, that's when we want to come out, because just as we crawl forwards to come out, he's then gonna realize Snake's missing, and then immediately Snake's gonna reveal himself. So I will show you what that looks like. I hope that using that color source worked. I know that was a bit iffy. Okay, so wait for him. Wait for him to pass by. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and we cancel out the alert. It's very, very important that you don't crawl out too early. If you crawl out before Johnny gets his little alert, then he will not think it was a trick. He won't trigger that Snake was missing, and then he'll fall asleep, and we lose, as I said, about 90 seconds. Well, somewhere between 40 and 90 seconds. I can't remember the exact time. So it's very important. So don't feel like you need to make that super, super tight. You know, if you're concerned about it, don't try and go as soon as he passes halfway along. Wait until he's past it. You will only lose a little bit of time for it. It is better to lose a little bit of time not crawling out from the bed as quickly than crawling out too quickly and messing up the run and losing yourself a whole bunch of time whilst he falls asleep. I'll show you this bit one more time, and this time I'm gonna wait a little bit longer. Next music beat, we're gonna get that codec call. There we go. Answer the codec call. Skip it. As I say, wait for Johnny. We're gonna wait a little bit longer. As soon as he's gone past the fourth diamond, we'll crawl out. Don't try and move here. It's very important that you just stay in this position, because we are nicely timed to come out straight away. 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. So even if you wait just that little bit longer, it's not a problem. No problem, Sam. Thanks for joining in. See you later. Okay, so at this point now, we just have to wait for Johnny. There's nothing else to do here. We just have to wait for Johnny to finish his patrol. He's going to patrol over to this point here, and then he's going to take us off to Ocelots. So there's nothing to do. There's nothing to do here. You could practice some of your other skills if you really wanted to.
Snake, it's showtime. Ocelot wants you.
But there's nothing to do until we get to that point. You're going to hold X. There's 2 cutscenes that you're going to skip. Hold X. As soon as the second one skips, start mashing select.
You win.
So that you submit to torture as soon as you gain control. And then you're into this cutscene which you can't skip.
You're human after all.
This is a speed run. You are going to submit to torture. You're going to kill Meryl. It's the quickest way of doing it. There is, if you're doing a marathon run, you might want to, you might put on a donation incentive to save Meryl instead and go through the torture sequence. If you're looking to just do a normal run, you're looking to PB, you're gonna skip the torture, you're gonna submit, you're gonna kill Meryl. So just hold X to skip the cutscenes, and then mash select as soon as you skip the second one, so that you get through the torture sequence nice and quickly. Again, back in here, we've got nothing to do here. We've just got to wait for Johnny to bugger off again. So we can just punch and kick, and you can practice your infinite combo that you might want to do later. You can practice kick cancelling. Again, we'll come up with those later. The vent glitch, you can practice the vent glitch, because you can do that on this bed. You can use the vent glitch to get up on top of the bed. So if you want a bit more practice at the vent glitch, then have a crack at that. Just make sure as you climb off the bed, you don't try and crawl off of it, because you might crash the game. Okay, Johnny's stomach cramps have come in again. So Ottocon's going to come and rescue us. So you want to, when he turns up, you want to be stood next to the door straight away, so that as soon as he appears, he will go straight into the cutscene. The whole prison sequence is quite long. It's a bit slow, particularly as it's so early on in the run. But it is important to learn how to do it properly. So here's Ottocon.
Hey,
You want to be over here, so that as soon as Snakes is aware, we turn and start the cutscene. Hold X, skip the cutscene. You'll then get into this one. You can't skip this one. What we want to do here is crawl up into the door like this. Open your item menu. Grab the ketchup. The ketchup will always be 2 away. So scroll over to the ketchup, 2 over. Be careful here. You want to push the circle button to drop the ketchup on the floor. Now, if at any point here you've taken damage, if you accidentally push circle, so you can hear that it's making that buzzing noise. The ketchup also works the same way as a ration does. So if you've taken any damage at this point, then you'll eat the ketchup if you try and use it in a menu. So you've got to be careful. If you've not taken any damage, it doesn't matter. You're not going to do it. But if you have taken any damage and you accidentally use it, then you'll lose some time. You won't lose you'll lose quite a lot of time actually. So just be careful. So equip the ketchup, then hit circle to drop the ketchup on the floor. As soon as the ketchup icon disappears, open your item menu again, switch to the level 6 card. The level 6 card at all times in the game, the level 6 card will always be 1 down. Every other item might be anywhere else, but the level 6 card will always be 1 down. If I equip this ration, 1 down. If I equip the handkerchief, 1 down. Now I say down, I have to hold up to scroll it to go down or to the right. You'll understand, you'll get used to it. So equip the level 6 card and then unequip it with L1. And then just stay still. If you move at any point now, Johnny will see through this ruse. So at this point onwards, if you now move, it's going to ruin everything. So just stand still. What we're going to do is as soon as the door opens, we're going to stand up. We're going to choke Johnny out. And by this is why we've crawled into the door like this. This means that when we stand up, we will immediately be stood on top of Johnny. So as soon as I start mashing square, we'll choke him out. As soon as you hear that neck crack, he'll go. As soon as you hear that, you want to re-equip the level 6 card. For some reason, and we don't really know why, because there's no animation for equipping items. If you equip an item as you finish a choke, you'll cancel out the animation early. So wait for the door to open. The moment the door opens, I'm going to hit X and then start choking. And equip. You see there, the snake, for whatever reason, as I say, we don't really know why. For some reason, it cancels out that animation. So it's important that you won't lose that much time if you don't do it. But it's, if you want to do it, it's important that you equip the level 6 card and then you get rid of it. It is very important that after this point you have the level 6 card equipped, because you now need to go out of the door. From here, you're going to run up. You're going to grab your equipment. Just here. Snake will run around. Put his equipment on. And then go out the door. You need the level 6 card here in order to leave. Okay. Before we move on, there is a more advanced tactic that we can use. This is a trick that was only discovered earlier this year, and this is called swim. This is called swapping weapons infinite momentum, or swim. I'm going to load a different save just to show it off, because it's a bit easier to show in a larger area. The underground passage is a very good place to show it. Just going to move up here. There's going to be a cutscene that I just need to skip. So what swim allows you to do is it allows Snake to continue moving forwards without using a directional input. So obviously, if I want to go up, I hold up. But if we swap between any two weapons, and what weapons have I got on this save? I've got grenades and chaff grenades. So if I hold a low button, if I hold 3 for grenade and mash 9, you'll see that Snake swaps between the chaff grenade and the grenade. You can't do it the other way around. I can't hold 3 and mash... sorry, I can't hold 9 and mash 3. It just doesn't work. You have to hold a low number and mash a higher number. So the easiest one to do this with really is the chaff grenade. For any percent, the actual easiest method is to use stun grenades, which I'm going to cheat, and I'm going to give myself 999 stun grenades. You can't do that in a run. You are not allowed to use cheats. I'm using them just because it's easier for the tutorial. So throughout most of any percent, you'll do this with the stun grenade. You'll hold 8 and you'll mash 9. Now, there's 2 ways of doing this. You can do it on the keyboard. So hold 8 with one finger and then mash 9 with the other. And as you can see, I can now let go of my controller. I'm not holding any directions. All I'm doing is holding 8 and hitting 9. As soon as I let go, as soon as I stop mashing 9, Snake stops. But as soon as I've started, Snake will continue to run forwards forever. Even if you run into a wall, Snake won't go into the wall. He'll just keep running into it. Now, earlier I said that I don't have the weapon menu on R2. I have 8, and that's why. So for me, I can hold R2 and mash the PlayStation button to swim. I'm holding R2, mashing the PlayStation button, and that's how I swim. But you can do it whichever method you find easiest. One thing I am just going to do is I'm going to quickly cheat and give myself some infinite FAMAS, just so that you can see a bit better what this actually looks like. You can see Snake is constantly swapping between these weapons, and with the FAMAS it looks a bit funnier. It looks quite amusing when you do it with the FAMAS. Why I prefer showing it with the FAMAS like that. But you won't have the FAMAS during an any percent run. Don't worry about trying to get the FAMAS. So the reason why this is useful is because Snake can use weapon hotkeys even during moments where he doesn't have control. So these cutscenes that we've had where we can't skip them, Snake can still use the weapon hotkeys during those times. I will demonstrate here. We'll go back into the cell, because there was a cutscene after Otacon showed up. I'm just gonna do a quick trick to get to that cutscene a bit quicker. Don't worry about this. You can't do this in game. I'm gonna use the error reloader. So this, what we're watching right now, this is a cutscene. This is not running in the game engine. It is a pre-rendered cutscene, and we skip these all the time. You can't use weapon hotkeys here because this is all pre-rendered. This, on the other hand, we can use the weapon hotkeys. And unfortunately, of course, I don't have any weapons at this point. What I should have done was given myself some weapons to then show that off. That was a bit silly. So let me just do that. Let me just do that again. So let me just get some weapons. Doesn't matter which ones. Just quickly cheat my way into that cutscene quicker.
It's me.
Normal cutscene, but here now, Snake can swap
See you later.
swap weapons whilst we have no control over him, and so we can use swim to keep Snake's momentum going during a cutscene that you usually wouldn't be able to skip. So we're gonna do this in a minute. In fact, actually, I'm gonna load another save. I'm gonna load this Medi Room skip save. So this moment when we pick up the Medi kit and Snake then wanders off around the back here, we could use swim during that animation, and I will show you. Now, at this moment in the game, Snake doesn't have his equipment. I have no weapons, but the moment I pick up that box, I will get all of my equipment back. And show you this by, as soon as I pick it up, I can hit 9 to equip a chaff grenade. Because the moment you get that box, Snake has all of his weapons back. We can use swim to keep Snake's momentum going. If I hold 9, if I hold 8, because there are stun grenades in that box. If I hold 8 and mash 9 as I run into it, we can keep Snake running. Then run behind there, and he's done. What we can do, and this is why it's important that you have the level 6 card equipped at this moment, because we're going to get through that door without going around the back. We do this at a very specific angle. So after you've killed Johnny, you'll have run through here, run through the door. And you want to get to here. You can see that there's a cross on the floor. So the floor is tiled, and it's this cross here that you want to look out for. So there's kind of this wire going up into the torture machine. So it's the cross just to the bottom left of it. From there, just after you pass it, you want to go upright, so that you're gonna just clip Snake's items and then swim through the door. Again, if I hold 8 and mash 9, Snake doesn't do anything because he hasn't got his weapons. But the moment I touch that box, I get my weapons back and I can swim. Here, go upright. Oh, I was actually I was a little too far over. I want to go a bit further than past that cross. It is quite tight. It's not. There is not that much room for error. Go upright. Oh, that's my bad. Upright. Get into position. Upright. Mash. And Snake immediately goes through the door, and he has his equipment on. That took a little bit of time to show properly. I apologize for the number of attempts that took me, but I'll show you that again. So get just above that cross. The cross is just below you. Upright. Hold 8 and mash 9, and that is why we need to grab the stun grenades in the heliport, because if you don't grab the stun grenades, you only have chaff grenades in that room, and you need to have 2 weapons in order to swap them. Now, if you get that line wrong, it doesn't waste that much time. But if you get that line wrong, then it won't work. So if I clip into that box a little too far away. Oh, that was actually fine. I thought that was going to be a little too far away, but it wasn't. Let me try that again from a bit further. Oh, wrong save. Let me try that again, but from a little bit further away. And let's say that I do it from sort of here instead. See, Snake stops before he gets to the door because his then movement to go around the back kicks in. If you don't line it up correctly, if you're not at a 45-degree angle, you'll also do the same thing. So if I accidentally hit this at a bad angle, I can sort of run into there, but Snake will run around the outside, and it wastes, if you get it wrong, it wastes about 9 seconds. But you know, create yourself a save here. If you want to create a save here, the thing you'll need to do is go through the prison section, go through the torture section. Once you've killed Johnny and got to here, go outside. So if I just reload here. So pretend that save has loaded there. You've just gone through the torture section. You've choked Johnny out. You've got to here, and you now pick up the items. Instead, just immediately run outside. You can't use the elevator. The elevator doesn't work here, and you'll just get killed. So go outside, go back inside, and now create your save file. That is the best moment to create a save file for the Medi Room skip. Oh. And as I said, from there, get that angle nice, just clip it, and you're through the door. Obviously, the other thing is that you want to do that quickly. You don't want to have to, you know, you're not going to be starting from here right next to the door. You're going to be starting from over here. So it is something you'll need to practice. So, you know, create that save and go all the way back here. Go all the way back here. You finish choking out Johnny. You've equipped the card and start your run from here. Run over. Get yourself lined up and over. And out the door. And that is how we swim. There's that is the probably the biggest time save of swim in this run. It's used a lot more in all bosses. We are going to use it again. It's not the only time we use it, but that's the big one. And basically using swim there cancels out the extra time that we used to grab the stun grenades in the first place. So if you mess that up, it was kind of a waste of time grabbing the stun grenades in the first place. But it does let us use some different tactics elsewhere because we've now got stun grenades. And the next one is coming up. So from here, once you've escaped, just go up and right. And hit the elevator button. And you want to go down to B2. Because the next thing that needs to happen in the game, Snake now needs to get into Control Tower A, Communications Tower A. And at this point in the game, Snake should already have the PSG-1. But of course, he doesn't have the PSG-1 because we've skipped grabbing all the weapons. He doesn't have a SOCOM. Doesn't have any grenades. Doesn't have the FAMAS, Nikita. It doesn't have any of that. All we've got right now is some stun grenades and some chaff grenades. So we've got to make do with those, but we do still need to grab the PSG-1. Grab that from here. So before, normally, if you were doing just a casual playthrough or doing an all bosses, as soon as you escape torture, you'd go straight up to floor 1 and you'd make your way through. You need to grab the PSG-1. You're not actually going to use the PSG-1 as a weapon at any point. You're going to use it for a key glitch. And trust me, the amount of time it takes for you to grab the PSG-1 easily is easily made up by the amount of times we're going to use this glitch. So, in the Armory, what you want to do is you want to get over to... Oh, he's spotted me. Doesn't matter. Oh, did I... Hang on, did I cheat? I think that's because I cheated and grabbed it. So I'm gonna load this save. Okay, so I now shouldn't have the PSG-1. That confused me a little bit. So the PSG-1 is in this room over here. Just gonna quickly get past these cards. This isn't how you do it, anyway. PSG-1 is here, and you'll notice as I try and grab it, it says PSG-1 full. The reason for that is that every single weapon in the game starts. Most weapons, not all weapons. Most weapons in the game start with a max ammo of 0. And the PSG-1 is one of those weapons. When you defeat a boss and rank up, all of your weapons' max ammo counts increase. Eventually, your weapon's max ammo count will increase from 0 to a number, and that is what then unlocks that weapon for you to use. So the game naturally gates off these weapons, but you never really notice because by this point you should already have the PSG-1, you should already be able to use it. But we haven't defeated any bosses in the game. We haven't ranked up yet, so the game still thinks that we should have 0 PSG-1 ammo. So when you pick it up here, you won't get any ammunition for it, but you will pick up the item. So if I now open my weapon menu before I die, you'll see that I do have the PSG-1. I have 0 ammo, and that is fine. That is what we need. So you don't need to grab any other ammo. Don't worry about the fact that it says red and it says full. You've got it. You're fine. Now, of course, what we want to do is we want to grab it and get out of here quickly. And there's a couple of different ways we can do that. Let me show you the old method first of all. This is a much safer but slower method. And we don't really use this version anymore. But it's still worth learning if you're struggling with the other method. Because the other method is also very tricky. So you're going to quick throw this guard. Quick throw. We haven't discussed quick throw yet. Now, quick throw is very simple. When you start the throw animation, similar to when we skipped the animation for choking Johnny out, when you throw a guard, if you equip a weapon during the animation, it will cancel. If you watch me throw this guard, you'll see it took Snake quite a while to throw him. Let me, I want to try and do this without getting a alert if I can. I'll throw this guard again. You'll see there's quite a long animation for Snake to throw him. But if you throw a guard and then immediately equip a weapon, I got shot there so it didn't work. Let me wait for a guard to come down here. If you throw a guard and then immediately equip a weapon, you'll cancel the animation. There you go. You can do this very, very quickly. And I don't. Not a problem. You can do this very quickly. So as soon as the animation starts, re-equip your weapon. So just like this, I'm going to unequip, throw, equip, run. See how much quicker that was? Throw, equip, run. And the old method of doing this room is we get the PSG-1 like that. You actually wouldn't throw that second guard. I was just showing the quick throw there. But what we do, I'll start again and show you, is we quick throw this guard. We run around this guard. He won't see us if we do that. And then you're going to crawl underneath these and grab the PSG-1. Just so that you can see, if we put the cigarettes on, that's where the lasers are. You don't want to touch a laser, because that's going to cause an alert. And then from here, you can either crawl back again. Oh, I actually accidentally touched a laser. Oh well. It doesn't really matter. You crawl back under and get back over to the lift. Or we could use GME to get out quicker and skip the lasers. I'm not going to explain properly what GME is yet, because we'll come to that shortly, because I don't want to spend too much time on this version of the skip, because it's not a very good one. From there, because I've used GME, we skip the laser, wait for that guard to go to there, and then go over to the lift. Oh, because I GME'd, I have to go into first person so that I can interact with the elevator, and then we'd leave. I say I don't want to spend too much time on that, because we don't really do that method anymore. The method we do now is called it's not called anything. We use stun grenades instead. So I'm going back to here because this save that I've got here has got stun grenades. Actually, I think this save has got more stuff. I think this is an all bosses save. I don't think. Yeah, for some reason this is an all bosses save, so that doesn't work. All right, let me go back to the armory. I know what I'm going to do. It's very awkward to try and do stuff immediately here. We need to be running straight away. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to go back up to B1. Create a save here. So that we can start from here. Because as soon as you gain control, you need to be moving. It's very awkward to start. Very awkward to load in and start from there. Oh, I'm going to, because I haven't got any. All I've got is chaff grenades. I'm just going to cheat and give myself some stun grenades. Save the game again. Okay, so imagine we've just come out. We're going down to B2. What we're going to do is we're going to equip the stun grenades with 8. We're going to throw this guard. We're going to run past this guard. And as soon as we go through the door, throw a stun grenade. Run back out. Over to the elevator. Push the elevator button. Remember, if we don't hear anything, push it again. Kick that guard. And get to the elevator. Obviously, I did that all very, very quickly. So let me try and slow this down. This is one of the most difficult rooms in the game. It is tricky. It will take a lot of practice. But let me see if I can slow this down. And this is so much quicker than using GME and having to open the weapon menu. This is the only time in the game we used to open the weapon menu. We don't do it anymore. So I would highly recommend learning this strategy and ignoring what the first one. But if you do struggle with it and you really want to know the other one, go and have a look at some old tutorials that go into it in a bit more depth. I would highly recommend learning this one, but it is tricky. This is one of the more difficult rooms in the game. The other thing you can do in this room is you could just kill the guards and go through it slowly. So don't feel like you have to go full throttle into it. There are slower methods. You can always come back to this at a later point. But what we're going to do is before we go down the elevator, make sure that we've got... I have to do it. Make sure we've got stun grenades equipped. You should have stun grenades at this point. I'm having to cheat to get them. Go down to B2. As soon as you gain control of Snake, run over and quick throw that guard. So down left, quick throw the guard. So unequip the weapon, throw, re-equip the weapon. Then going to run down past this guard. Now he is moving along at a pace and far enough down so that we can run past him without him seeing us. It is quite a tricky line, but it can be done. If you run just a little too close to him, I should be able to. I can show you this with this save without having to go down the elevator. If you run a little too close to him, he will spot you. If I go just a little too far down, he spots me and starts shooting me. If that happens, it's not too much of a problem. You want to try and avoid it if you can. So, again, practice. Get used to moving down and moving around him. So let me show you that one more time. Over, flip, hug the wall so that you don't get spotted. And then as soon as you go into the room, or even before you start going into the room, start throwing your stun grenade. I actually didn't sort this properly, so I haven't got any. So let me just quickly reload this save. Give myself some stun grenades. Go down. So just before you go into the room, throw your stun grenade. So, quick throw. Move around this guard. Throw a stun grenade. So pretty much you saw that I started the throw animation so that as soon as I moved into the room, I threw the stun grenade. And that's what you want to be doing. Too early, throw that stun grenade too early, and you won't get back to the elevator before the guard next to the elevator gets back up. Throw it too late, and you'll waste time waiting for it waiting for the alert to wear off, and you're more likely to get shot by the guards. But pretty much from here, once you've thrown it, it's grab the PSG-1 and get back to that elevator as quickly as you can. Grab the PSG-1. Try not to get hit by these guards. I probably could have done with throwing the stun grenade a bit earlier and push the button. Now, unfortunately, because I got knocked over by those guards, that guard got up quicker, turned around and spotted me. If you get spotted at this point, you can't use the elevator until your alert's worn off. So the easiest thing to do is to run away, run straight. Nope, I'm going to just run straight down, but run to this door here, and you go into the room where the Ocelot boss fight is. That will immediately end your alert. You can come back out, and you can pretty much run straight up and into the elevator from here. So if this goes horribly wrong, as long as you've picked up the PSG-1, you can just duck into that room and come straight back over to the elevator. So remember that. This is one of the trickiest rooms in the game. If it goes wrong, don't reset, don't keep, don't end your run just because of it. Use the backup strat, run down into Ocelot's room, and then just come back up. But when done right, quick throw, then the corner, throw your stun grenades. So I threw it a little bit earlier there. Move, just make a slightly bigger movement so you don't get shot. Over to the elevator, hit it twice, punch that guard. As you notice there, it doesn't matter if you start punching him too early, as long as you land the kick. You can miss the 2 punches, it's only the kick that matters. And all that's going to do is it's going to stop him from turning around. You could, if you've got enough time, you could just come straight into the elevator without without kicking him to the ground. But sometimes he'll walk into the elevator after you. He might not spot you, but you then can't use the elevator until he leaves again. The easiest thing to do is to run over, kick him back to the ground, then run in. And then from here, you can't use the elevator control panel until your evasion's ended. So you don't want to stand and look at it, because as soon as your evasion ends, if you're just looking at it, you'll just stay there. You can see I can move down and nothing's happening. What you want to do is just either crouch and then come back up as soon as the evasion ends, or just look to the side and then as soon as the evasion ends, down. So those are your two options. So again, let me show you that one more time, all the way through, nice and quick. So, down to B2. Straight to that guard and quick throw him. Around the corner. Throw your stun grenade. Move around so that those guards don't hit you. Straight over to the elevator. Push it twice if you need to. You PK that guard just as he's about to get up. Up to B1. And that is the Armory grabbing the PSU-1. As I said, that is easily, without a doubt, one of the hardest rooms in the game. You know, doing it right, I make that look very easy. It isn't. It takes a lot of practice and timing. Throwing that stun grenade, knowing when to throw that stun grenade, knowing how to avoid getting hit by those guards as you grab the PSU-1 and come back, it is tricky. It will take a lot of practice. The other annoying thing about that room is that room changes depending on what run. So obviously we're doing any percent, but that room is different if you're doing very easy. That room is different if you're doing all bosses. It's a very, very strange room, but you know, practice it, get a save so that you can go over it over and over again. And remember, I've given myself a cheat to have unlimited stuns here. You will have 2 stun grenades that you can use, so you know, make sure you use them. All right. So from here, now we're just going to make our way over to Control Tower A. So from here, it's very simple. This door will already be open. Just run round. Nice and simple. You don't need to do anything fancy. All under. On the Snowfield, we've got 2 objectives. Sorry, in the canyon, we've got 2 objectives. The first objective is there are some claymore mines on the floor here. If I just run straight forwards, I'll get hit by a mine. So we're going to take a very specific route to get through the mines. What you're going to do is you're going to go up left until you get to the middle of this tire track. So you can see the tire track. You can see I'm dead in the middle, and then from there, go straight up. You will not hit any mines taking that route. Now, if you don't like that route, if you struggle to get, you know, if you go there and you're running along here and you hit a mine, you'll die. There isn't I've already hit the mine that was there. If you don't like that route and you really struggle with it, what you can do instead is just hug these rocks. There are no mines if you hug those rocks. Don't go all the way around the outside because there's a mine like there. So don't do that. You can just hug these rocks instead and you won't hit any mines. But this one really isn't that difficult. Up left as soon as you get to the center, and there's a little bit of leeway if you're if you're slightly over to the right, that should be fine. That's probably right on the edge. Again, if you're too far over to the left, you'll hit that one and die. So there's a little bit of leeway, but not a lot. So it's very simple from where you're stood, up left and straight up. Up left, up. Very simple. You can see I'm slightly to the right there. Once you've got past the tracks and you get to this sort of little hill ledge here, and now you're clear of the mines, you can start moving. And this is where we're going to flutter step. I did briefly talk about this earlier. As I said, Snake moves slower at a 45-degree angle. That is very slow. Unfortunately, the PC version doesn't give us full 360-degree control over Snake's movements. In the PlayStation 1 version, you can use the analog stick to make Snake run at whatever angle you like. For some reason, the PC version doesn't do that. We don't really. They just didn't implement it that way. So, in order to try and mock creating those, we do what's called flutter stepping. To flutter step, we hold one direction and tap a 90-degree angle to it. So what I want to do in the canyon, there's a tank there. I don't want to run into the tank. You can see all the way over in the distance there is an item box. That item box is for some grenades. I thought it would say grenade if I zoomed in on it, but it doesn't. So we want to grab that item box. We don't want to use a 45-degree angle like this because, as I said, this is slow. I could run up here and then run over here, grab that, and then run back over there. That's really slow. There's some more grenades there. We need to grab those grenades, and then we'd go through. Instead, we're going to flutter step. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hold up and tap left on the keyboard. I find it easier to do on the keyboard. So just up on the controller, tap left on the keyboard, and you can see that Snake's sort of fluttering over to those grenades. And as soon as we grab them, flutter over to the right, grab those ones, and through. Now you don't have to use the keyboard. You can use the controller if you like. You can. You know, with this, I'm just holding up and then just using the edge of my thumb to slightly tap a different direction. But I really find the keyboard to be much easier because you can do it a lot faster and you can get it a lot smoother. So that's why I suggest that you do need to have your hands ready to switch between your controller and your keyboard. So let me just quickly reset that and go through again. You can't get. I don't find you can get quite as nice a line if you use the controller. I can try, but it's a bit awkward. It's much easier just to tap. Tap. Now I'm not. I because I was using the controller, I didn't get over far enough. Then from there, tap. Grab those, and we're through. Okay, into B1. Sorry, into the first floor, Nuke Building 1. There's a couple of different ways of getting through this room. There is a safe way, and there is a non-safe way. I'm going to show you the safe way first, and to be honest, I would highly recommend that when you're first learning that you just stick with the safe method. It is a tried and tested method. We've been using this method for years, and it is very safe. The other method, because we now have stun grenades, there is a stun grenade strat that we can use. It does involve getting an alert, and it does mean that you have to try and get rid of that alert quickly so that Snake doesn't die. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. I do strongly recommend that when learning and going through it, you just stick to the normal method. What we're going to do is we're going to take a very specific route through the room. There's a guard on the catwalk next to the lift that we need to go through. We're going to take a very specific route so that we reach that guard just after he has turned away from where we've come from. And you'll see what I mean when we get there. You don't want to flutter step at any point. I said that flutter stepping is quicker than going at a 45-degree angle. Because of that, we need to go at a very specific speed through this room, so you don't want to flutter step at all. You do want to use 45-degree angles for this room. So, the route is very simple. As soon as you regain control of Snake, forwards, up left. Remember to have a chaff grenade out at all times. Pull through. You're going to get a codec call. You can answer it straight away. You're going to run up along here. Again, remember, just 45-degree angles. Run over to here. Grab these chaff grenades. Down, turn around, and that guard has now started walking away. So that guard was facing us, and he started walking away. And if you time that well, you will approach him just as he turns, and you can get through there as quickly as possible. So let me reload that. Part of the reason why that didn't look quite so smooth is because I didn't have control over Snake as soon as I stopped the pause button. If you want to practice this, you've got to go through the canyon every time, because as soon as you go through the door to the canyon, Snake ranks up, because at that point the game's gone, oh, you've just beaten the tank, So we're going to rank Snake up. So that's why you have to go through the canyon. If you just load a save, you won't get that rank up animation, and the guards won't be in the right position. So you must go through the canyon each time. As soon as you gain control, up left. Don't do anything. Don't try and spin around to get through that door or anything. Just go straight through it because you'll get straight up. And up left to here. Over to the left. Grab the chaff grenades. Down, round, and you should see that this guard turns. Ooh. So that time, I was slightly too fast because I really did just clip those chaff grenades. You want to run directly into the chaff grenades and down. So I was just like a quarter of a second too early because my line wasn't good. I didn't take a good line. Very, very important in this game, in certain rooms, that you remember your lines. Practice your lines. So, again, we have to go through the canyon again because we have to go through that rank up animation before we can try this again. Grab the grenades. Those grenades you can just clip. You can just clip these. Hit 9 during that animation so that Snake has his chaff grenade out immediately. And it has to be chaff grenades. You can't hold any other weapons in this room. Crawl. Answer the codec call. That codec call, you can't hit select to answer early. For whatever reason, you can't hit select to answer that one early. That one, you just have to wait for it to answer. But obviously skip it straight away. I'm now going to lose control of Snake, so that's going to be a slight slowdown. Over, grab the chaff grenades. Make sure you walk through them nicely, all the way around. And there we go. As I say, I'm a bit further back because Snake stopped. And just straight over to the elevator. Ping, in, down to B1. Very, very simple. If you do that method, if you get your line well, then you're not going to get caught by that guard. The other method, the newer method that we use, is by using a chaff grenade. As I say, I don't recommend using this version, but I will show it because I think it's important to see the different things that you can do. So because we've got stun grenades, I'm going to have to cheat and give myself some. We can throw a stun grenade and get through to here before the stun grenade goes off. As soon as the stun grenade goes off, switch to chaff grenade so we can run quicker. We can grab these grenades instead. Run over to here. As soon as we get to 60 seconds. And there you go. You see that the way that guard moves can sometimes be quite random. I actually threw that stun grenade the time I would normally throw it for extreme. You can throw it a bit later in easy, but as you can see, that was very, very risky. I nearly died, and that guard nearly spotted me. It's a bit random because of the way that guard moves. So don't worry about learning that stun method. There are plenty of other runs that you can watch where you can learn that stun method. Use the method that I showed you first, but eventually you will want to look at using this stun method instead. So let's go down to B1. Now in B1 you've got two choices here. You can either run straight through into the commander's room and go on. If you do that, you will have to defeat Vulcan Raven using grenades. In any percent, typically, we beat Vulcan Raven using grenades. If you struggle with the grenade route, you can go and grab the Nikita on your way through. Oh, that guard won't be there. Where am I going to have to load this? It goes back to the cave from here. I'm going to have to go through the Nuke Building. Again, I'll create a save. Now, so I said before that you have to go through the canyon because if you load that save, the guards aren't going to be in the same place. So if this is a good example to show why you need to load the canyon save. Because now you'll see that guard is stood there, I can still go around him. Now this guard is facing me. We just need to wait. So that's why you have to load that canyon save before you go through. Let's flip him in there. Go through here. Okay, so if you want to grab the Nikita, so that you can kill Raven with Nikitas instead of grenades, you need to grab it here. As soon as you gain control, you do need to be quite quick. Run through, run into this room, grab the Nikita and 1 pack of ammo. You only need 1, and then run out again. You'll notice that guard, I got out before that guard. You need to be quick about that. But if you're comfortable beating Raven with grenades, and it's highly advisable to learn it, because obviously you're not going to spend time grabbing the Nikita, then you don't need to grab the Nikita. You only grab the Nikita if you want to kill Raven with the Nikita launcher. And then from there, just run through. We're going to have Bookcase Boss here. Again, hit 9 during that rank up, so that as soon as you gain control, you've got chaff grenades. Now the bookcase is here because we haven't seen the cutscene where Psycho Mantis moves the bookcase out of the way. So the bookcase still exists. Luckily, the bookcase doesn't. It has no hitbox. We can still run straight through it. In fact, I believe the hitbox for the bookcase is still here. You can see that Snake is. So the bookcase is actually here. It's just we've not seen it move. So we're in the room. We're in the version of the room where the bookcase is here, but for some reason it had the model image hasn't moved over. It's a bit weird. We can just run through it. Keep an eye on your radar to see where you're running to as you go through. You don't want to. If you're too over to the right, then you'll go up against here. So just use the radar, or just know. Eventually you'll just know. Stay over to the right to get to this door and go through the door. We're now in the cave. So here is where the other part of the PC version really comes into play. We've already seen the weapon hotkeys, and that is what is so unique about the PC version. What I'm going to show you now is called GME, or God Mode Exploit. This is how we completely abuse those weapon hotkeys to make the PC version of this run so broken. And the buttons that you're going to need for this, you're going to need to be able to crouch, you're going to need to equip the PSG-1, and you're going to need another weapon button. We've got chaff grenades, which are on 9. 9 is directly next to 0, and 0 is the PSG-1. And as I explained at the very start, I have crouch on the dash button next to 0, and that's why. So I have all 3 of those buttons very nicely next to each other. So that's why I would recommend doing that. What GME does is it allows us to go out of bounds. It allows us to make Snake invincible. And there's 2 different versions of GME. There's GME 1 and GME 2. I'm just going to equip the sniper rifle to make sure I've cancelled it all out. GME 1 is cancelling the animation of the PSG-1 being equipped and ending Snake in a standing position. So this is done just by very quickly hitting 0 and then hitting any other weapon key. Ideally 9, because it's right next to it. So 0, 9, we're now in GME 1. In GME 1, Snake is invincible. He cannot be hurt, he cannot be touched. But he also cannot interact with objects. So things like the elevator buttons. Obviously there aren't any elevator buttons left, but if there was an elevator in here, we can't interact with it. We can't interact with ladders. We can't interact with the control panel that controls the cargo elevator. And there's probably a couple of other interactions that we can't do. Snake's going to sneeze. We can cancel not being able to interact with things by going into first-person view. Now, after going into first-person view, Snake can interact with things, but he's still invincible. Oh, the other part of not being able to interact with things is we now can't open... We can't interact with our weapons. We can't... We can still use weapon hotkeys. If I have any other... Oh yeah, I've got grenades. There we go. I can still swap. I can use weapon hotkeys to swap, but I can't open the weapon menu. I can't open the item menu. I can't equip and unequip weapons. As soon as I hit triangle, you just need to tap it once. Now I can do all of that again. Go weapon menu. So that's GME1. And GME1 is very useful for any moment where you just very quickly need Snake to be invincible. Anytime where you don't want to take damage, you want to avoid being hit, just quickly 0-9, and Snake is now invincible. As I say, first person so that you can interact. If you actually complete the sniper rifle animation and go into the sniper rifle, that completely cancels all versions of GME. Leaving the area, going into a new room also completely cancels GME. That's GME1. There's also GME2. And to activate GME2, we need to get Snake into a position where he cancels the animation of the PSG1 and finishes in a crouched state. So there's two ways of doing this. We can either delay hitting 9 so that Snake cancels out into this position, or we can crouch first, quickly tap 0-9, and then we could stand back up again. But by doing that, Snake is now in a crouched position. So that's why I have my crouch button on the hyphen key, so I can very quickly crouch, GME, stand back up, keep going. In GME2, Snake cannot interact with triggers. He gains all of the same things as GME1. Can't interact with objects. He's invincible, can't be hit. He can't use the weapon menus and other things. But he also doesn't interact with any triggers in the game. And the reason for this is because the game still thinks that Snake is stood here. I'm over here, but the game still thinks that Snake is stood over there, because that's where it last recorded his position. Now, triggers can include the camera not moving. So, because the game still thinks we're over there, the camera hasn't moved with Snake as we've moved over. So we cancel camera movements. We also can't interact with doors. So you can see I've got the level 6 card out, but this door won't open. That's another trigger that we can't interact with. Now, the way we cancel that, but still retaining GME, the invincibility, is by crawling. If I crawl, that door will now open. Snake is still invincible, and I can now also open and close menus. I can interact with stuff. So we can cancel out everything but the invincibility of GME2 by going into a crawling position. And we do quite often need to do that. We will go into GME2, and then we will go into a crawling position to cancel it. Now, the other trigger, and the most important trigger that Snake skips with GME2, is the area trigger into another room. With GME2, we can go out of bounds. So this area, like I said with the Medi Room, when we first went into the Medi Room from the cell, this area on the floor here, this is where we would move into the next room. By skipping triggers, Snake can now go out of bounds. We're going to use this quite a lot from now on. There's quite a few uses, and there is another really, really big skip that uses this. But the first time we use it is here in the cave. We use this to get through the cave. So rather than going, crawling under there, going past the walls and all the way around there, we can go out of bounds. And as I said when we were exploring out of bounds in the cell, if you go far enough down, or far enough to the left or the right, Snake will wrap around to the other side of the level. So I can the actual easiest way of showing this is by going into first person. If I just walk forwards into the dark, into the black void, eventually we'll hit the bottom of the level. Snake will wrap around to the top. So we're now at the very top of the level. And that is how we get through the caves. If I walk backwards, there we go. If I turn around, you'll see we're now back at the door. and I can cancel this by crawling. So if I go into crouch position, I'm fine. As soon as I go into crawl position, we hit the trigger to go back into here. We can do that here if we really want to. There we go. Snake's out of bounds. There's no we don't use it in here. It's not very helpful. In fact, actually, it looks like Snake immediately goes up a step. There, that's amazing. But we crawl. So what we're going to do, rather than going through the cave normally, we're going to go out of bounds and we're going to count our steps. So now I have to explain step counting. Snake's steps on the floor are very audible. You can very clearly hear Snake's steps on the floor. And there's a few times when we go out of bounds where we don't have the radar. If you're playing hard or extreme, you won't have the radar at all. In the underground passage and here in the cave, the radar is jammed. We can't use the radar, so we can't look where we're going. So we have to use step counts to determine where to go. And we count Snake's steps in pairs because trying to count Snake's individual steps is too much. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. It's a mouthful. It's too much. So we count them in pairs. So every pair of steps we count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you start from. Snake is always running at the same pace. He always takes the same strides. As long as you've got a weapon equipped, don't forget to keep your weapon equipped. Snake will always move. It will always take the same number of steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And we're there. If I now count 11 back, Snake will be up against the wall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's always the same. So we can use step counting to determine where we need to go. For here, we want to go, and I'm going to need to quickly open a note with it on because I don't actually use step counting myself in this room. There is a different method, which I will also explain, which I use more often. And as a result, I don't really remember the step count for this room. For the cave, it is down 1, down right 12, and then down 11. So keep an eye on my controller there. So we're going to go down 1, 1. Oh. Didn't GME. No, GME. Whoops. Crouch. 0, 9. Stand back up. We're now in GME 2. So we're going to go down 1, 1. We're going to go down right 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And now we're going to go down 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And now I am right up against the door. If I go down a little bit further, you'll hear Snake collapse into the door. There you go. That's Snake hugging the door. I can't see the door because there is no... You shouldn't be able to see the door from this side, so the door doesn't have an image on this side. And then from here, all I do is I would go into a crawl position, so that's crouch. Oh, he sneezed again. Crawl. That resets GME 2, and we're now in the underground passage. So let me show you that one more time. Actually, I'm not gonna count this time. I want you to, as you hear Snake's steps, I want you to count yourself. So down 1, down right 12, down 11. I'm gonna stay quiet. I'm gonna count in my head. Assuming I don't mess up going into GME first. So count. I'm gonna count in my head. So you count yourself. That should be 12. Soon as I go into a crawl position. Oh, I'm actually just a little off there. Slightly off, but from there it's quite easy to tell where you are, and you can move through it, and it takes practice. Now the other method of getting through this room If you don't want to step count, and I don't, because the other method is slightly faster, but it is a bit trickier, is to flutter step instead. What we're going to do, and I need to explain this before I do it, because we're going to use a sound cue. We're going to use a music cue. So if you prefer to run the game with no music, you can't use this technique. You will need to use the step count that we've just done. But if you use music cues, the wolves that you're hearing in the cave are actually a music track. Those wolves will always bark at the same moment because they're part of a music track that's playing. So what we're going to do is we're going to flutter step. We're going to take a step down. We're going to take a step to the right, and then we're going to go down and flutter step to the right until we hear a certain wolf make his second bark. As I said, I have to do this the moment we go in. So, GME, down, right, down, and flutter to the right. And there's going to be a wolf that barks twice. That one. And the next wolf. You heard that very deep boop, boop. Second one, we stop. If I now go into a crawl position, I should go into the underground passage. I was just slightly too far up. I just had to go down slightly. So that's the other option. As I say, you can only do this if you have music enabled. If you don't have music, you'll need to do the step count. I'll do that one more time. Down, right, down, and then just hold down, flutter to the right. Wait for that really loud wolf, and then there's going to be the really deep wolf. And we're through. So that's the cave. Quite simple. Once you understand how either flutter stepping or step counting works, very, very simple room. Underground passage, we're going to do the exact same thing again, and this one's a bit easier. Obviously, the previous one, it was down 1, down right 11, down 12. This one is very simple. It's just simply down right 7. So we're going to do the same again. We're going to go out of bounds and we're going to clip down and then wrap all the way back round to the top of the level. Go to the center, GME 2, then down right 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. From there, crawl into a crawl position. You'll find you are on top of this building. And then it's just simply step down and through the door. And that's it. Don't try and be clever. Don't try and do more than that. And you could, if you really wanted to, you could go further. If you went 9, if you went down right 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, you'll see that the camera just moved there. That's because we're now on the floor here, and you could go there. That would be fine. Hello, Lightning Strike. Oh, you're in the right place if you're learning any percent. So you can either do 7 or you could do 9. Do not do 8. Reason why we don't do 8 is because the game doesn't have an up and down. Obviously, at this point in the game, Snake moves along the x-axis and he moves along the y-axis. Snake doesn't move along the z-axis. He doesn't go, apart from, you've got steps here, but there's no point in the game where Snake doesn't jump, Snake doesn't drop. There's no point in the game where Snake really has an interaction going up and down. And the game isn't coded to do anything with that. Obviously, in order to open this door and reset the camera after GME 2, we need to put Snake into a crouching position. Not crouching position, a prone crawling position. If Snake enters a prone position whilst he is falling in mid-air, the game will crash. I will show you this now. So let me reload the underground passage. I'm going to deliberately cause the game to crash. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm going crouch here just to reset the camera so we can see. If I walk off the edge now, and if I go prone whilst falling, the game crashes. There you go. Because when Snake goes prone, that is the camera's cue to do something, to change, to move. There's lots of places in the game where when Snake goes prone, the camera needs to move and catch up. If Snake goes prone whilst in midair, the camera doesn't know what to do. The camera has no basis for where it should be. And so the game just shuts down. Just completely closes. I'm now having to reload the game from scratch. So Speedrunner absolutely destroys Konami developer code. So this, as a result, the underground passage is one of the most dangerous rooms in the run. And you got to remember as well that the time used for an any percent run in most runs of Metal Gear Solid 1, the time uses the in-game time. There is an in-game time shown at the end of the game when you get the score screen. Those runs are use that in-game time. If you crash the game partway through the run, kiss your run goodbye. You just failed. You got to start over because you can't just load a save because your save game will have a different time from what you were just in. Sorry, I'm just checking the chat. Any runs after tutorial, just answer in chat with yeah or no. Huh? Oh, no, I'm sorry. I am answering questions during the. Please ask questions. Don't feel like you need to shy away from questions. Please ask them. I will. If there's time, I will do a run of this at the end of this tutorial. Lightning strikes. I also need to read the questions out because if this will go on YouTube later, so viewers watching that won't see the chat. The lightning strikes asks, in any percent we don't do saving, right? Unless multi-segment. There is no multi-segment run for MGS1. We don't have a multi-segment category, and you are correct. We do not save or load games in Metal Gear Solid 1. The exception is sort of very easy, but don't worry about that. So we can't. If you crash your game at any point, then your run is dead. Your run is over. And you have to start again. If you were doing a marathon or you're in a race situation, then you'd probably agree beforehand that you could load a save, you'd switch to RTA, and it just wouldn't be an official run. But if you're going for PB, if you're going for something you want to put on speedrun.com, you cannot load, you cannot save, you cannot crash. That's why this room is particularly dangerous. So just play it safe. It's very simple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Crouch. Reset the camera. Reset GME. As soon as you drop down, door is open. Go through. Now you can do it quicker, and I don't like to toot my own horn, but I do when it comes to the underground passage. I seem to be one of the experts at underground passage for getting this right. It is possible to get into a position. 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. It is possible to get into a position where... damn it! I've got to load that again. It is possible to get into a position where you go into a prone position which pushes Snake over the edge. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if you stand right at the edge... If I stand there and now go prone, Snake will fall off the edge like that, and that's fine. You can do that. Won't crash the game. You can do that because the moment Snake went prone, he was still stood on top of this building, and then from there, as soon as you stand up, you go straight into the other room. Now, what that looks like nice and quickly looks like this, but say. This is something you should try and do later. Get used to just going down 7, down right 7, standing up so you can see where you are, drop down and through. But when you get more used to it and you know you're happy with your step counts, you can do this. And immediately go through. So what I did there is I reset the camera by going prone to drop Snake off the building and then get back up and go straight through the door. Like I said, that is very, very advanced. And if you mess that up, if I had gone prone a split second later, I would have crashed the game. My run would be dead. So don't try and learn that. Learn to just go down right 7, reset the camera and go down. And most of the best runners don't do what I just did because it is risky. Most of the best runners, if you go and watch like a D Lime's world record, you'll see him go down right 7, reset the camera, and then drop off afterwards. I only do it because for some reason I'm really, really good at it. But that's the underground passage. As I said, it's a very, very simple room, but it is the most dangerous because it can completely destroy your entire run. Okay. Tower A. Now, as we already discussed, by using GME, Snake is invincible. So Tower A is very, very easy. Getting into Tower A is there is a trick to getting into Tower A quickly, but once you're in, it's quite simple. To go through Tower A, all we're going to do is start running along, go into GME 1. So just as you're running 09, go into GME 1. You then want to equip a Still have grenades at this point. So equip your grenades by pushing 3. And then, and also hit triangle. If you remember, when I explained how GME worked, I said that we can't interact with objects unless you push triangle to go into first person view. And then once you've done that, you can interact with your menus, you can interact with objects. At the very top of Tower A is a ladder. And if you don't hit triangle and go into first person, you won't be able to interact with that ladder. Now, the reason why we've done all of this is because we want to keep GME as we go in. Now, this door, there is a camera. I don't think there's any way of me seeing this. Oh, there it is. There's a camera there. And the actual way... can you hit triangle at any time? Yes, pretty much. There's no, as soon as I go in, I now can't do anything. It's just tap triangle, and now I can use those. So yeah, the easiest way is just as soon as you start running along this corridor. So I got back down to the end of the corridor. As soon as you start running along the corridor, just 09, tap triangle, and keep running. Now this camera, if you just run into this room normally, this camera will spot Snake, and we'll get this little cutscene. You'll then need to grab the rope, and you'll need to run. The thing is, that cutscene also cancels your GME, so Snake is now vulnerable and I'm getting hit. So what we want to do is we want to cancel that cutscene. And we cancel the cutscene by triggering the alert early. So if I just quickly reload this save. What I'm going to do is I'm going to throw lightning strikes. Thank you very much for the follow. What I'm going to do is I'm going to equip I will equip a grenade after I've GME'd. So GME, triangle to cancel out that bit. Grab a grenade, run up, and as soon as we turn this corner, cook your grenade. Keep it cooked and throw it into the room. Now, that looked easy, but if you're not comfortable and not used to throwing and cooking grenades, it will take a bit of practice. But the reason we do that is now that alert has started early before that cutscene, and that cutscene now doesn't play, and we can move. The other advantage is we haven't lost GME, we still have it. Now, you do have to be careful with this grenade. Your line is very, very important, because if you're slightly too high up or slightly too low down, you won't throw the grenade through the door. So if I'm up here and I throw the grenade, it's going to land there. And then I'm going to have to wait, throw another grenade, wait for it to cook. And there you go. If you time it bad, the grenade explodes in your hand. That is correct. If I just hold this here, eventually it'll explode. Now, because I'm in GME, it doesn't hurt me. If I hadn't entered GME, then I would I'd be injured. So that's why you want to wait until you're fully around the corner before you start throwing that grenade. You can actually, if you're fast, you can actually start throwing it as you turn the corner. But give yourself that little bit of extra time. Turn the corner, then cook. Throw it, wait, and then go. And you're through. And then from here, you because you've got GME, you can't be attacked, you can't be hurt. All you got to do is run. And running up here, the quickest way of running up here is as you turn the corner, you want to hold down left. As soon as Snake passes the middle of the screen, just change it to left. So down left, left. Down left, left. As soon as you go around the pillar, down left. So down left, left. Down left, left. Down left, left. And the reason why, if you keep holding down left, you'll do that. And you don't want to do that. That's going to slow you down. If you just keep holding left, then you can just hold left and just keep going. But obviously you're going to run around the outside. It's a longer line. So just say down left, left. Down left, left. Down left, left. I hope you're paying attention because I am not going through this room again. I'm not climbing this tower a second time. We're only going to do this once because it's a long room. So down left, left. Down left. And you can do this with the keyboard. I actually quite often swap to the keyboard at this point just to give my left thumb a rest. Down left, left. Down left, left. And then from here you can go back to your controller, just run round. You've already hit triangle before you threw that grenade, so you can still interact with that. I must have forgotten to hit triangle. So at some point I didn't go into first at some point I didn't go into first person, so I can't interact with this ladder. But as soon as I then hit triangle, I can then interact with the ladder. Okay. If anyone wants me to go through the tower climb again, no. We don't need to do it again. Very simple. Okay. Tower A Roof. There are a couple of cutscenes here. If I just walk straight out here, there's a cutscene. And if I walk over here and go up here, there is an unskippable cutscene. And then we can skip it. We can use GME to skip. We can completely skip the first one and skip most of the second one. So if I load the save for the roof, the tower, there's no advantage in using the left control stick. It depends. If you're using the... I don't have the left analog stick doing anything. For me, left analog stick doesn't control the game. I much prefer running the game in with the D-pad. If you use the analog stick, absolutely use the analog stick there. I just find it's a bit trickier to get your lines correct, because there's a lot of times where you want to be running straight. You want to be, and particularly the liquid fight, it's very important that your lines are correct. So I find it easy to do with the D-pad. But there's no reason you couldn't use the control stick there. Right, so for this door, open the door and then GME2. You must make sure that you open the door first and then GME2, because remember, we skip triggers here. If the door's closed, if we GME2 over here, the door now won't open. We can't get out. So make sure you get into position where the door is open. GME2. Walk out and just look at the radar. Look at the radar for where you're going. And it's here. So you can see on the radar that the stairs have ended, because there's this rail here. If I go into first person, you can see this rail here, and you can see that rail on the radar. So as soon as you reach the top of the stairs there, then go into prone. GME makes Snake into a useless god. Got it. Well, it's called God Mode Exploit for a reason. So from here, then go prone. What that does is that unskippable cutscene of the missiles firing has been skipped, and we can immediately skip the cutscene that follows and go into here. If you do that and you go prone a little early, then you will waste time. So let me show you that. so let's say I did everything right. GME2, go to here, go over to the steps. Whoops, I proned there. We then go back into this cutscene, and we get the unskippable one. We have to wait for those missiles, and then skip the next cutscene. You don't want to do that. You want to keep an eye on your radar, so that you know as soon as you get to the top of the stairs, you can go prone. And it's worth noting straight away, when you skip this cutscene, Snake is going to go prone. Snake is going to crouch because you're holding X. Hold X and L2, your item menu, to skip this cutscene. GME2, walk over, go prone just as we reach the top of the stairs. Hold X and L2. The reason we hold X and L2 is so that as soon as that cutscene skips, you've got your item menu open. Menu down 3 to the rope, let go, and just tap up. And Snake immediately gets ready to rappel. It is really nice doing that. You can, what some people do, what I used to do, is I used to equip the rope just as I GME'd to go out. So again, I'll show you. There's no point in just talking about it. Let's get through this rappel section. There we go. So the other option that you can do if you prefer is to GME, is to equip the rope and then GME. How did your run go last weekend? It was really good. My ESA run of Extreme, 0 deaths, under 40 minutes. Exactly what I wanted. So to do it the alternate way, open the door, then equip the rope, and then go out. From here, you obviously don't need to hold L2. Here, you can just hold X and forwards, and Snake will fall down into it. It's up to you which version you prefer. I prefer going into the rope after going through that sequence, because I have to GME and then quickly go into a weapon, into an item menu. But it's completely up to you which one you do. Okay, so rappel. Now, all of those cutscenes there of Liquid in the helicopter and going across, you can't skip any of those. You just have to play them out. Whilst those cutscenes are going on, you may have noticed I held X and down at the same time. That means that as soon as those cutscenes end, Snake jumps straight away. I'll show you again. It's a little awkward because you now don't get the codec call. So you don't really want to load this save. You want to load from the roof so that you get the codec call this time, because the codec call plays in. So hold X and down, and Snake will immediately jump down. You'll then get a codec call. Don't answer that codec call straight away. You want to answer that codec call once Snake is in position to get onto this girder here. See this girder that I'm starting on here? If you answer the codec call as you're still in front of the girder you've just jumped down, when you end the call, you'll go down onto that girder. Again, the only way to show it is to go back to the roof, because otherwise, if you just load that save, you don't get the codec call. Actually, what I can do, there is a save I can do to speed this up a little bit. It's just we don't have every single location saved because they're not all necessary. I can make a save here. So if I make a save here, when I load this save again, it'll load here. Yeah, so Snake gets into position. Hold down an X. And I say, you don't want to answer this codec call immediately. See what happens if I answer it immediately. Oh. Okay, that didn't work because I answered it too quickly. Christ. Don't answer it too quickly, or you'll just go into the codec before it started. So, let's wait for Snake to get into position. Hold down an X. And hold down an X really early. Hold down an X. If I answer the codec call here, Snake is now trapped on this girder and I'd have to jump. So don't answer it too early. Wait until Snake has cleared the girder. Don't be too quick. Sometimes you can be too quick. Wait until Snake has cleared the girder. Now I'm completely screwed. And then drop down. And then answer the codec call. So I'll show it properly this time. And then once you've answered it, we're going to use a very specific route to get through the rappel section. And it is quicker to try and run down the girders than it is to keep jumping. So we're going to run down the girders. So hold X and down. Wait for Snake to clear the girder. There you go. He'll do that. He'll do like a little bounce. He'll bounce off the girder. As soon as he's done that bounce, then you can answer the codec. And now he's there. So down. We go down and left. I'm going to jump over to the right here. If you get hit by liquid there, that's actually a good thing. When Snake gets hit, he immediately goes up against the wall. So getting hit by that by liquid at that point is actually what you want. So what we did is we went down and left at the first girder. We then jumped down left, not down right. We jumped down left so that Snake would bounce off the left wall, and that perfectly positioned him in the middle girder. Then from there, jump down right, and that gets us to here. Walk down here. And then from here, we want to jump down left, but we want to start climbing back up the girder slightly, because this is going to give Snake a much quicker jump. If I jump just down left straight away, we get quite a slow jump. But when I do this next time, I will start to go back up the girder slightly, and you'll see that Snake does a slightly quicker jump. And then from there, once you've done that last jump, you just go straight down. So let's load that again. Right. Stops gravity when answering a codec. Okay, so unfortunately with the rappel section, it's quite difficult to do this slowly, particularly live. If this was a video, I'd obviously slow it down and do it in stages. So hold down and X, answer the codec call after the bump, down left, or just left, jump down left, bounce. As soon as you get that second bounce, jump to the right, go up and left, and then see how much quicker that jump is. Straight down and down. Now, that final jump down off of that girder, you can, if you're too slow, you'll get hit by Liquid's shot, and that will slow you down. So if you do feel like you're there late and you know he's about to come over, just wait for him to pass and then go, because you'll waste less time waiting for him to pass. I'll load it again. I'll see if I can get into a position where I've gone just a little bit too slow. We're going to get hit by Liquid. This is another room that you just want to practice over and over again. Even now, I get this majorly wrong. I've died on here on Extreme. Extreme is obviously a bit tougher because you take a lot more damage. But it's one that it's still very easy to slip up on. Jump down left, bounce, over to the right, down, up, and then over to the left. But from here, there you go. I was too slow, and I got hit by Liquid. So at that point, if you know that you're behind, and the way you'll know you're behind really is if you get hit by that vent so far, the vent sort of going up and to the right on that last girder, if you get hit by that really early, then you're behind, and you're going to get hit by Liquid. So at that point, just wait a second for him to move over. He won't hit you from his position. I'll see if I can get that again. Show you just waiting for a second. There are other routes you can take with this, but this is the one that everyone in the community uses. It is considered the fastest, and no one's found another route that is faster. There are other routes that are fast, but not as fast as this one. down left, wait for the bounce, jump again. Over. I'm just going to wait a second. I'll get to here. Just going to wait, let him hit me there, and then go. Hopefully, if you're nice and fast, you shouldn't need to do that. But it is worth remembering. If you think you're there late, just wait for liquid to strafe across, and then don't try and go too quickly. Hopefully, I'll get this done right, and we'll get there way before liquid's due to come back over, and we can get through this nice and quickly. So I'm going to try and do this as quickly as possible now. So down, codec, down and left, down left, down right. Oh, okay. If you go wrong like this, just get yourself over to the next girder as quickly as you can, so you can just make your way down. So I obviously made a complete mess of that, but to recover, I just got straight over to the next girder as quickly as I possibly could. So that was a bad example with a good recovery. I'll try one more time to see if I can get a good one. So like I said, even, you know, I've done this rappel jump. I must have done this rappel jump like 400 times and still get it wrong, because it is tricky. It will take a lot of practice. Right, let's see if we can get a good one. Jump down. Answer codec. Left. Jump down left. Jump to the right, slightly up, and then jump over to the left, all the way down to the bottom, down, and I just beat his attack there. And from here, just keep going down. Don't need to. You can go left or right if you really want to. Doesn't really matter. Can't skip that scene. But as that scene plays of him jumping down, hold L2, so that as soon as you land and regain control of Snake, you can equip the level 6 card again. From there, GME. Just GME 1, you don't need GME 2 here. In fact, you don't want GME 2. And then go. Now, of course, the reason why we equip the card straight away is because if you go into GME, you then can't open your item menu. So you don't want to go into GME and then try and equip your card. You'll have to use triangle to gain control again, and then open the menu, and you know, it's a bit awkward, so don't do that. So hold L2 as you exit that cutscene, equip the card, GME, and just run. As I say, we'd use GME so that we don't get hit by these guys. Nice and simple. Run over to the left, Flutter step up. Flutter steps up. Grab the Stinger, and the Stinger, we're in the exact same situation with the Stinger as we were with the PSG-1. The boss fight that we should have completed in order to use the Stinger was Sniper Wolf 1. Once we defeated Sniper Wolf 1, we then have access to the Stinger. But of course, we haven't defeated Sniper Wolf 1, so we've never had access to the Stinger. So don't worry that it says that it's full. We do now have the Stinger in our equipment menu. We just don't have any ammunition. That will fix itself once we've beaten Raven, so don't worry about it. So grab the Stinger launcher. There's no point in grabbing the missiles. You can't grab them. You just quickly run through, clip that, and you're through into here. This is the next really, really big skip. If you're going to use grenades to kill Raven, at this point in the game, you'll have 7. That is exactly enough to kill Raven. If you're worried about running out of grenades, there's a pack of grenades there. When you're learning, and you're learning Grenade Raven, grab those grenades. It only takes a second to grab them. If you're confident and you don't think you need them, then don't grab them. You can just go straight away. But there is a pack of grenades there. I would highly recommend you grab them. Lightning Strikes asks, I might be going ahead here, but what does Raven do that fixes the Stinger? When we beat Raven, Snake ranks up again, and we rank up to a point where we have an ammo count for the Stinger. So at the moment, Snake doesn't have any ammunition For the Stinger, he's at 0 out of 0 because we haven't ranked up to a state where his max ammo count is greater than 0. Once we beat Raven, we'll rank up so that his max ammo count increases to above 0. So yes, right now we've unlocked the Stinger, we just can't use it. The PSG-1 was exactly the same when we first picked it up, but that got fixed the moment we went through the Commander's Room. The moment we did Bookcake's boss, the moment we technically defeated Psycho Mantis, we then got access to the PSG-1. So, run through this door, grab the grenades if you need them. If you're doing Nikita Raven, you don't need them. But if you're doing Grenade Raven, you don't need them, but you should grab them as a safety. Okay, so we're going to use GME2 again. So crouch, 09, go out of bounds. Now remember what I said in the underground passage. If you go prone whilst you are falling, you will crash the game. But don't do that. Now, some of these textures aren't real. This door is real for some reason. For some reason this door is real. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. This door is real. Oh, where have I gone? Oh, I've now dropped down slightly. Here. I've screwed this up a little bit. Shouldn't... Oh no, I'm already down on the floor, that's why. Let me reload that save, because MGS is fake. Here we go. Communication Tower B. You shouldn't be running around over there. That's why that won't work. So grab the grenades. GME2 to go out of bounds. You're just going to go to here, and you're just immediately going to go left. Go left. Snake is going to drop down to here, and this is the door to go out to the Snowfield. If I go out the door, Snowfield to Sniper Wolf 2. So by doing that, we have skipped behind it. We've skipped going down Tower B to learn that the staircase is broken and Snake can't go down it. We've skipped Snake going back up, and then there's a cutscene with Otacon where they talk about the lift not working, and Otacon's like, "Do you think love can bloom on a battlefield?" All of that stuff. Then Snake would have to climb all the way to the top of Tower B. He'd have to fight the Hindy. He'd then have to climb all the way back down Tower B, get in the lift, go down the lift. We'd then have the 4 horsemen fight, where he'd fight the 4 guys who've got stealth gear in the lift, and then we'd have to run through the bottom of Tower B and out to here. So yes, as that Lightning Strikes puts it in chat, it is an insane skip. It is not quite as much time saved as the vent glitch. The vent glitch saves somewhere between 15 and 20 minutes. This saves somewhere between 10 and 15 minutes. It's not quite as much. And we still use that this skip in all bosses. So in all bosses, we have to fight every boss. We have to go and fight the Hindy. But the 4 horsemen, the 4 stealth guards in the elevator, don't count as a boss. So once we've beaten the Hindy, we can use this skip to skip that fight and come straight out to here. So I'll show you that again. Just so that you're clear. There's no step counting. You don't need to try and count steps or anything here. It's just very simple. Go out the door, go to the left, go out the door, GME, go to the left. As soon as you start falling, you can crouch. If I just tap, if I go over, start falling, just tap X, Snake will crouch and he'll fall down crouched. You won't crash the game if you're crouched. It's only once you go prone that you crash the game. And seriously, guys, you can, if you really want to, you can try and start pushing left before you've seen Snake hit the floor so that you go prone the moment he hits the floor. Trust me, I have tried this a lot and I have crashed the game as a result of it a lot. I need to stop doing it. I honest to God, like I'm pretty sure I did this last week. I thought I'm gonna try and be fast. I'm gonna try and time it so that I hit left the moment Snake touches the floor because it's quicker. And I crashed the game. And at this point in the run, you're over the halfway point in a run here. If you then crash the point here, it's so horrible. So just don't. Wait for Snake to hit the floor. So you crouch in midair, that's fine. But yes, as Lightning Strike says, stay off the D-pad after you press X. Just wait for Snake to be on the floor and then go prone. And now we're into Sniper Wolf 2. Luckily, we can skip Sniper Wolf 2. We don't have to fight her. Thank Christ, she's the worst boss in the game. She's awful. She's the worst part of an all bosses run. But this is any percent. We can skip Sniper Wolf 2. We do is run forwards. Take the hit. There's going to be a cut. There's going to be a codec call. So start mashing start or escape. Skip the codec. And what we're going to do is we're going to use a combination of GME and swim. I haven't got any stun grenades here, so I'm just going to cheat and give myself some stun grenades. You will have stun grenades at this point. There is a pack of stun grenades next to the rope. So when you're grabbing the rope to go up Tower A, make sure you grab the stun grenades that are there as well. Very important. I forgot about that when we did it. Very important you grab those stun grenades. Otherwise, you'll have to do this with grenades, and trying to hit 3 and mash 9 at the same time ain't very easy. 8 and 9, nice and easy. So, we're going to use a combination of GME and swim to skip Wolf 2. I'll show you what it is we're actually skipping. So, in this fight, there is an invisible barrier at the north end of the fight. If you run into that barrier, Wolf will shoot you. That is to stop you from getting close. That is to stop you from getting too close to Wolf. Obviously, the game wants you to have a sniper battle. It doesn't want you to run over to her and try and kill her. If you just run into that, no matter what Wolf is doing at the time, you'll just get shot. If we go into GME, Snake is now invincible, and he can't be shot. But he will stop when we run into the invisible wall. And we're now stuck in a position where we can't do anything. The only thing we can do here is we can fully equip the PSG-1, cancelling GME, and then Snake, as soon as I come out of it, Snake will get shot. And we're now back again, we're fixed. So what we do is we then use swim. So remember, we can use swim to keep Snake's momentum going without holding a directional button. And that is going to keep Snake moving through our invisible barrier. So GME, 0-9, now in GME state, hold 8, tap 9, and move forwards. We just run straight through the invisible barrier, fight is over. Done. Very, very easy. The Wolf 2 skip is so fast now. Before we only learned how to swim in about must have been May this year. Before that, we had to do what we call the worm. I'll show you the worm. You don't need to learn this, but it's cool, and it's important that people remember that we used to do the worm.
Snake.
So what we used to do is GME, go forwards until we can't move, and then we would skip between the PSG-1 and another item to make Snake edge forwards like this. So that's the worm. It isn't used anymore. So I can show you here. Because of the way Snake swaps between weapons, he slowly edges forwards. If you do it even quicker, he'll go backwards. But if you go nice and slow, really fast, and he just goes backwards. But just sort of give him a, start the animation and give it a little bit of time for the animation to play, and he'll go forwards. I'm not even very good at it anymore because we don't do it. That's the worm. That's what we used to do. We don't have to do that anymore. We just use swim. So here's what it looks like nice and quickly. So as soon as you get out of that codec. As soon as you get out of that codec, GME, swim, run up. So here's what it looks like nice and fast. GME, swim. Oh, I haven't got any stun grenades on this save. Oh, I didn't realize she ran towards you when that happened. That's interesting. She's not doing it. She's not doing it now. But she ran towards me. I've never seen that before. Hey, you learn something new every day, folks. All right, let me let me load this again. Let me give myself some. Just to be clear here, I'm using cheats that you're not allowed to use in your run to give me infinite ammo. The reason why these saves don't have stun grenades is because all of these saves were created before we discovered swim and before we changed the route to grab the stun grenades. So that's why there's no stun grenades in these saves. It's not because you'll have run out but by this point. It's just because these saves are really old saves and we just haven't got around to creating a new pack yet. So I've got stun grenades this time. Here's what it looks like nice and quickly. You can use swim there. That's called the Tyler 2-step. There you go. That's what that's like. And you may have noticed on my control pad there, I skipped that by holding X and square. Because if you hold X, you'll crouch. Hold X and square so you don't crouch. Yeah, if you, I forgot to mention this. This is called the Tyler 2-step. This was the original use of swim before we understood what it was. And then when we actually discovered what it was that it did, we were then able to do it. So the Tyler 2-step, it only works if Wolf shoots you and you don't spin around. You can't do it here because snakes span around. Wouldn't do anything. But if Wolf shoots you and snake moves forwards, so I can just area reload this rather than loading. Oh, I can't. It reloads from the start of the fight. I thought it reloaded from here. Never mind. But if she shoots you and snake goes straight backwards like this, we can use swim here because snake takes a slight step forwards. As he gets up, snake takes a slight step forward, so we can use swim to make him step forward a little bit further, and it means he starts slightly further forwards when the fight starts. Now there is one other technique for this fight. This one is really, really, advanced. You don't really need to do it. This trick was only discovered, I think it was 2-3 weeks ago. Limes discovered it. I don't know if it has an official name. I call it the Limes Lean. But Snake has an ability where he can, whilst in first person, you can hold L1 or R1 to lean left and right, but Snake's model doesn't actually move, so his hitbox doesn't move. So what we can do is by lining this up perfectly, and it's 2.5 steps. 1, 2, I think that's right. If we lean, the camera moves into the position for Wolf to shoot, but because Snake's hitbox doesn't move into position, he doesn't get shot. Like that. I was not sure whether I was in the right position for that. And that is really, because of that, we completely skip him getting shot. I haven't got any freaking stun grenades again, so I can't swim. I'm gonna have to do the worm too. There we go, I'll just do the worm. So because Snake doesn't get shot, he immediately goes into his codec call. So if you can squeeze it in, try it, but it is not easy. It is a very precise position. I try it every single run. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. The advantage is it doesn't lose you a lot of time if you mess it up. But if you do get it right, it saves you a couple of seconds. So yeah, it's another option for you. That's Sniper Wolf 2. We don't have to fight her. We do skip the rank up, so we still can't use the stinger. We still haven't beaten a boss that allows us to use the stinger. Sadly, Lightning Strikes has just asked a question. So killing Sniper Wolf with the Nikita is not faster. I hate to... If this is information that has been given to you on Twitter by numerous accounts on Twitter who are peddling this lie, killing Sniper Wolf 2 with the Nikita is not faster. Do not believe those Twitter accounts that tell you that the Nikita is faster, because it isn't. Don't listen to Metal Gear Out of Heaven. they're wrong. Don't listen to Metal Gear speedrunning tips, because it's wrong. I mean, it's deliberately wrong. It's a joke account. Don't listen to either of those accounts. Killing Sniper Wolf with the Nikita is not fast. Don't try and do it. Glad we got that out of the way. That is going to... Anyone who doesn't know what this whole Twitter event was, that's going to go straight over your head. Don't worry about it. But, you know, go and have a look at some of those accounts on Twitter. They're quite funny. Right, so that's Sniper Wolf 2. Remember, as I said, when you're skipping the cutscenes for Sniper Wolf 2, hold X and square so that Snake doesn't crouch. Snake instead does a little grab, and you can immediately start running. From there, because the last item you used was either chaff grenades or stun grenades because you were swimming, you should then be able to hit R1 and L1 immediately. Hit L1, you'll equip the level 6 card. Hit R1, you'll equip your stun grenade or chaff grenade. Doesn't matter which one, as long as you've got a weapon out. Because I did the worm on the last attempt, it gives me the PSG1, so I just gotta quickly switch to chaff grenades. So, equip both of those, start running, enter GME 1, don't enter GME 2, otherwise this door won't open. By entering GME 1, it means you can't get shot by these guys. Go through. Now, of course, you need to swap to disk 2. So pause the game, go over to your disk drive, open. Kidding, you don't have to swap to disk 2 on the PC version. There's no disk 2. We'll just carry on. So Blast Furnace. Blast Furnace is nice and simple because again we can use GME to skip it. So to get through the Blast Furnace. Go up to the door, wait for the door to open. It doesn't actually matter if you use GME on this side or the other side of the door. For some reason, the whole level doesn't load in until you've moved right into the room. You can actually go to here, go into GME 2. It has to be 2, not 1 for this. Because by going into GME 2, a lot of these textures won't have loaded in. So for example, only this edge of this box has loaded in. The rest of this box has not loaded in. I'm in GME, so I can't be hurt. But none of these barrels, the lift hasn't loaded in. We can just skip straight down to here. And go through. Now, ideally, you won't get an alert, so you can just watch the radar to see when you need to crouch. So just go straight over to the door. As soon as you're at the door, prone, and you will skip the and you'll go through. Now you can do it from outside and do it in this angle as well. Still works just the same. Flutter step over to the door. As soon as Snake's here at the door, so if you're looking at the radar, as soon as Snake's here at the door, prone. Once you go through, you want to go back out again and back in again. The reason we go out and in is on your first entry into this room, the cargo elevator will be on its way up. So if I load that save again, Blast Furnace first entry. Personally, I like to go into GME2 after this screen because it's a bit easier to see. So you drop down, way over. So when you first enter this room and run over, the cargo elevator is on its way up and you have to wait for it. But if you leave the room and come back in, leave the room, go back in, cargo elevator is there waiting for you. So just do that. Alright, next up is the cargo elevator fight. Now, as I've said before, you can use weapon hotkeys at times where you don't control Snake. It is very important for this next fight that you don't equip a weapon hotkey during the animation that Snake is using this control panel. As soon as he uses it, he'll put his chaff grenades away. Don't get a weapon out here. Because if you get a weapon out here, you will mess up this fight. Because of course, we don't want to crouch. So to skip this cutscene, we want to hold X and square. If you equip a weapon during that scene of switching on the the control panel, you'll throw whatever weapon you have equipped, and you don't want to do that because you'll waste a chaff grenade or waste a stun grenade or something else. So don't equip a weapon. That means that you can skip into this out through that cutscene, and you just do the quick, grab in midair and not lose any time. So let me show that. Now, there's two ways of doing this fight. We're going to do first of all what's called a kick cancel. And a kick cancel is tapping X just after Snake has kicked to cancel the animation of the kick. So if you watch Snake kick, you'll see that it takes him some time to put his leg back down and then move. So if I try and move up after kicking, you see how long it takes Snake to put his leg back down and then move up. What we can do is we can cancel the kick animation by just tapping X. You can actually cancel it before you even kick. You can see Snake is just starting to cock his leg up. Put your leg down, Snake. He's just starting to cock his leg up, but we're cancelling it early. Now, if you cancel it early, the kick won't happen. You have to hear that swoosh sound. That kick, so punch, punch, kick. You have to hear, as long as you hear that noise, your kick works. If you don't hear it, that worked, that didn't. But as you can see, if I now move up, so without kick cancelling, that's how long it takes. With kick cancelling, it's a lot quicker. So kick cancelling is very useful. We're going to use that in this fight. It's the only time in the game we're going to use it. It used to be used more often, but we don't really, we don't need to. So we're going to go into the fight. We're not going to equip a weapon. Skip the cutscene with X and square. We're then going to immediately enter GME, and then we're going to kick cancel every guard so that we kick them off the elevator. And it's very important we kick them off the elevator. We kick them down to the ground, they'll get back up, and it will take time. We want to kick them off the elevator. So hold X and square to skip. As soon as we get into the fight, GME 1. Oh, that one. Then kick cancel. Kick cancel. That guard, I didn't quite have that lined up properly. I'm going to have to do that one again. Now, unfortunately, this is what happens if it goes wrong. There we go. We've kicked him off. That is kick cancel. I'll show you that again. I'll see if I can do that without messing it up this time. But it is important that you see what happens when it goes wrong. Right. Hold X and square. GME 1, you don't need to GME 2. If you go into GME 2 by accident, it's not a problem. But GME 1 is quicker. You don't need to kick cancel the last guard. You need to kick cancel the first two. You don't need to kick cancel the last one because you've not got anywhere else to be. So don't worry about kick cancelling the last one. That's the easy method. Just going through kick. In fact, I do believe you've got enough time where you don't even need to kick cancel. You could still just go and kick them all. But kick cancelling is obviously quicker. It gets you moving off to the next one quicker. The other option is to throw the guards off. Now, because you go into GME and you can't unequip your weapon because you're in GME, you need to hit triangle during the fight in order to unequip and re-equip your weapon. This is a faster method. I wouldn't recommend learning this. Learn this fight by kick cancelling, but once you're comfortable with it, then you can try throwing. You're going to quick throw, and again you're going to throw them off. You're going to throw them off the fight. You're still going to kick cancel the first guard, but then you're going to throw the other two. So GME, kick cancel, run, quick throw. That is the quickest way of doing it. But learn to kick cancel. Learn that fight by kicking the guards off first. And then once you're comfortable with that, then transition into quick throwing the guards off instead. In all bosses, we actually have an even faster method where we use a combination of a C4 and 2 stinger shots. to kill the guards. But we can't do that in any percent because we don't have any C4 and we still don't have any stinger ammo. So once cargo elevator is done, you're just going to quickly move around to the next cargo elevator. There's a camera here, and it is random as to where that camera starts in this room. On easy, you shouldn't really need to worry about your health. If you get shot, it shouldn't be a problem. But if things have gone wrong early in the run, particularly if your cargo elevator fight went really wrong and you're one hit away from death, then just GME. Just quickly GME, hit triangle so that you can interact with the elevator button. But if you've got plenty of health, just run through. If you get hit by it, doesn't matter. You'll take a little bit of damage. It's not going to hurt. Don't worry about it. So now we're going down to face Raven. When you're on this elevator, go into GME2. So crouch, GME, back up, GME2. The reason for this is because there is a codec call coming up. This is the codec call where Miller first tells you that he thinks Naomi is a spy. You know, all of her stories don't sound right. That codec call is going to start now. You see, just lost the HUD. Snake has stopped. That's the trigger for that codec call. Normally, that would we'd soft lock the game. Snake wouldn't be able to move. We'd be stuck. But because we're on a moving elevator, the elevator continues down into the next area. So just by doing that, it means we don't have to answer the call. It saves a little bit of time. There is one other call on the elevators back up when you're heating the PAL key, so you will need to do that again. But there's nothing to do on the elevators. You just have to wait. All right, onwards to Raven. Raven is the first boss in the game that we're actually going to fight. Yep, we're 2/3 of the way through the game, and we're actually going to fight a boss. So, you're going to go in here. Just as you go through the door, unequip whatever weapon you've got. That means that you can skip the cutscene by holding X and square, and you won't throw whatever weapon you've got. Hold X and square. And of course, we can go invincible. We can use GME. Are we going to abuse that? You're darn right we're going to abuse it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into GME and then run towards Raven. Now, said earlier, there are two different ways of fighting Raven. You can either fight Raven using the Nikita, which if you want to use the Nikita, it is easier, it is safer, it is slower because you have to go out of your way on your way through to Tower A to grab the Nikita launcher. But when you're first learning, it is beneficial to grab the Nikita. When I first learned the run, took me a while before I got comfortable with grenades to do Grenade Raven. I would go and grab the Nikita. So, you know, if you want to use the Nikita, absolutely go for it. I don't have a Nikita on the save, so I've got to cheat to get one. Because we're in GME, Raven can't hit us. So to use the Nikita, run up right into his face. You don't want to be over here, because if you're over here, you will blow your Nikita missile up. So run straight up into his face, hit him, immediately hold square again. As soon as you fired, hold square again, fire again, and ready for your next shot. And you can see there's a little blinking light on the side of the Nikita. You've got to get up in his gun. There's a little blinking light on the side of the Nikita. Once that light has blinked twice, Raven's iframes will have ended, and you can shoot. So shoot. Ready? 1, 2, shoot. 1, 2, shoot. 1, 2, shoot. And that is Raven. That is Raven with the Nikita. Skip through this. Very, very simple. But like I said, you need to have grabbed the Nikita from the Nuke Building B1. You need to grab the Nikita and 1 set of ammo. It takes 7 shots to kill him. If you grab the Nikita and 1 set of ammo, you will have 8 ammo. There is, during the fight, if for some reason you miss a shot, you mess it up, there is during the fight, you're fighting him here, some Nikita missiles here. So I'm full because I've got infinite ammo. So during the fight, if you miss one, just shoot him. Shoot him, and then instead of waiting for the 2 blinks, just run around. You won't be able to run that way and grab him because he's in the way. You'll just need to run around the outside, hit him again, grab the Nikita, and get ready to go again. You just have to time that out. So that's using Nikitas to kill him. If you're comfortable with grenades, I would strongly recommend trying to learn the grenade version. I would try and learn the grenade version first and go back to Nikitas if you struggle with it. Because the grenade version is a lot faster because you don't have to go and get the Nikita, and it gets you into a good habit. It's also, there's other times during the run where you need to use grenades. Obviously, the tank hangar, we need to throw a chaff grenade in a very specific location. The Raven fight is a really good practice for getting used to using grenades. You need to throw a grenade into Tower A to trigger the alert early. Raven is a good time to practice using grenades. So, when using grenades, the setup is exactly the same at the start. We're going to skip the cutscene with X and square, and then we're going to GME. We're going to immediately skip to a grenade. Now, grenade is 3 on the control on your keypad, so either get ready to hit 3, or if you've assigned it to something on your controller, for me, it is left on my right analog stick. So go in, X and square, GME, grenade, and start to cook it immediately. Throw it. I was actually a bit too quick there. I didn't throw it at him quickly enough, so it exploded in my hand. So you do have to be fast. But as soon as you've thrown it, immediately throw another one. Now, for some reason, I don't quite know why, the Raven's iframes after the... It's either Raven's iframes after the second grenade, or the second grenade you throw takes longer to explode. It's very strange. I don't quite understand why. We have to time our grenades so that they explode after Raven's iframes have ended. The easiest way of counting this is to count to 3 in your head or out loud as you see a new grenade appear in Snake's hand. So Snake, after he's thrown a grenade, Snake will hold his hand up with no grenade in it. A grenade will then appear in his hand. As soon as the grenade appears in his hand, count 1, then count 2, then count 3, and throw your next grenade. Don't cook it. Don't cook it early. So as soon as you get to 3, tap square and throw your next one. The exception is on your 3rd grenade. So your first grenade, you'll have cooked all the way back at the start and thrown as soon as you get there. Your second grenade you throw immediately after your first grenade. Your 3rd grenade, you want to count to 5. Because for some reason, the second grenade takes longer to explode, or Raven's iframes last longer. Don't quite understand it. You're going to count to 5, throw your 3rd grenade, and then after that, you just have to count to 3. So, I'm going to start this fight again. This is why the Nikita is easy. The Nikita is a lot easier, but the grenades are faster, and it means you don't have to go out of your way to get the grenades. So, I'm going to start this fight again. I'm going to try and do it all in one go, and I'm going to count as we go through. So, unequip weapon before we go through, so we can skip the cutscene. GME, grenades, cook it, throw it, throw your next one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. If you're counting 1, 1, 2, 3. As soon as a new grenade, 1, 2, 3, appears in Snake's hand. 1, 2, 3. I was actually being quite slow with my counting there. I could have afforded to count a little bit quicker. So I'm going to try. I'll do that again. I'm going to count just a little bit quicker, just to show you. But this is kind of one of those. It's one of those times where it practice and just understanding it, and eventually it sort of becomes second second nature. Yeah, don't be too fast. You don't want to run out of grenades. This is why I highly recommend grabbing the grenades that are in Tower B. So if you do accidentally miss any grenades, you've got backups. If you run out of grenades in here and you haven't picked up the Nikita, you have to try and force Raven to shoot down the box that you're stood next to. So you're fighting him over here. So he stood here, and you're fighting him. Actually, no, I think you're here. Yes, he stood here, and you're fighting him here. On top of this box that I'm leant up against, you can't see it here. It's only during the fight. There is a pack of C4. If you run out of grenades or you run out of Nikita's fine because you can just go and grab some more from not there from. Oh, it is here. Fine. You can just grab more Nikitas from there. There's more Nikitas in the other bits of the room. Can't use the stinger. We still don't have any ammo until we beat him. But this box you can force him to shoot down. There is some C4 on top of it, and you can use C4 to finish him off instead. But obviously that's really slow. You really, really don't want to have to resort to that. So take it slow. Count it out loud. Don't feel like you're being stupid by counting it out loud. Count in your head if you want, but sometimes it is easier just to count it out loud. I do. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And fight is done. As you can see, I've got 3 grenades left over. So yeah, count it out loud, and and just take your time. As Lightning Strike said there, it is fine to be slow. It is not fine to be too fast. If you're too fast, your grenade will explode before Raven's iframes have disappeared, and you'll then have to wait for your next grenade, and it slows everything down. At the end of the fight there, as you're ranking up, equip your chaff grenade so that as soon as you finish ranking up, you've got your chaff grenades out, and then mash select so that you answer that codec call as quickly as possible. And then obviously, as soon as the codec call starts, mash start, skip the call, and then you're here. So as soon as you skip that call, you're stood here in this position. You should have your chaff grenades out. Just run straight up through the door and immediately throw a chaff grenade and move over to the right. We're going to use pretty much all of our chaffs from here on out to get through this room. It's just going to cause these to spasm out, and it's fast. At this point in the run, you should have 3 chaff grenades. So you might have more chaff grenades, you might have less chaff grenades. If you do end up only having 1 chaff grenade when you come through this room, and you're going to come through this room this way 3 times, you might just want a GME instead. Don't use your last chaff grenade. Always have a chaff grenade on you. There are some chaff grenades there if you want. Takes a little bit of time just to grab them, but it is an option. But never ever throw your last chaff grenade away. You always should have at least 1 chaff grenade in your inventory, because you will get so used to going into GME by hitting 0-9 that if you then don't have a chaff grenade and you forget, you will just go into you won't hit 9 and go into your sniper rifle, and won't quit out the sniper rifle. So always have a chaff grenade spare. If for any reason you come into this room, you only have 1 chaff grenade left, just start running GME and run through instead. They won't shoot you. You'll be fine. You'll be able to get through that door. Grab that stinger pack, go through that door. The other thing with this room is make sure that once you've thrown that chaff grenade, you run over to the right. If you throw that chaff grenade straight forwards and run straight forwards, this happens. I didn't throw the chaff grenade quite early enough. If you throw the chaff grenade the moment you start running, the chaff grenade lands on that trap door, and as you run over it, the chaff grenade drops down into the trap floor and doesn't explode, doesn't go off. So as soon as you come in through this door, throw the chaff grenade to the right and move to the right. Just run straight through, go through, grab the stinger missiles, and run through. Run straight forwards. It's going to be a cutscene here. You can skip this cutscene just by holding X, because you won't gain control of Snake immediately when that cutscene ends. So just hold X. As soon as the cutscene ends, start moving forwards. Now going to climb up to the top of Rex. There's some mandatory codex here. I was a bit sneaky there. I knew where it was going to come. So there you can see, you know when these codex are going to happen because you can see it on the floor. If you look carefully, there's a line on the floor here. You can just see it on the screen. The first codec call happens as Snake runs over that line. So you can preempt when you're going to answer the call. And obviously you want to answer those calls as quickly as possible. The slower you take to answer those calls, the more Snake's going to start. If I don't do anything, Snake's going to stop still, and that wastes time. You want to be answering those calls as quickly as possible. So the second one, sorry, I just realised I didn't actually show you where the second one was. The second call takes place over the next line. So the second call takes place over this line here, on this line going across the floor here. Okay. I'm on this line that I'm just walking across here. As soon as you pass that line, get ready to answer the codec. Final one is on top of Rex, and it is exactly halfway across Rex's head. Take the halfway point, then hit, and then go down the elevator. This catwalk here, you should still have the... I don't, because this save doesn't have stun grenades, but you should still have the stun grenades that you picked up from the bottom of Tower B. Use those stun grenades here. So I'm going to give myself some stun grenades, run along, throw a stun grenade. That's going to blow up. That's going to cause the guard that's over here to get knocked out, and I can just run straight past him. Now, do you remember, right back at the very start of this tutorial, we were in the docks, and we were running round and round in circles to get alerts from that one guard? Well, this is where it all pays off. But when you enter this room, a giant rat, when you enter this room, you need to have 10 alerts at this point in the game. So you saw that by throwing that stun grenade, I got another alert off that guard. So if that is alert number 10, you're fine. You're good. If that is not alert number 10, you're in trouble. Because when we go down to where we're going to pick the POW key up, you need to have 11 alerts. Now, after this cutscene that plays here, we get alert number 11. If you don't have enough, there is a backup, so don't worry too much. But this is why throughout the run, you need to get all the alerts. So the alerts that you should be getting, you can get 5 in the docks. You get 5 alerts in the docks. You'll then get 1 alert on the heliport when you grab the chaff grenades. You're then going to get 1 alert when you grab the PSG-1 because we threw a stun grenade in the armory. So you've got an alert from grabbing the PSG-1. You'll have got an alert from Tower A. So climbing up Tower A is an alert. So that's 8. And that one there was number 9. So that's not enough. So you actually need 6 alerts in the dock. I thought there was another. There is a couple of safety alerts that you can get elsewhere in the run. So ideally, you want to get 6 alerts in the dock, and then the other 4 alerts throughout the rest of the run. The safety ones, if you do mess up and you miss any. Oh, sorry. No, 5 is enough. 5 from the dock, 1 from the heliport, 1 from the armory, 1 from Tower A, 1 from this catwalk. Oh, I'm missing one again. I'm missing one again. You do need 6. You do need 6 in the docks. Guys, am I missing one? Am I missing an alert somewhere else? I feel like I'm being stupid here, but I thought you could do it with only 5. Ah. Oh no, the walkway between Tower A and B isn't an alert. That doesn't count. the cargo elevator fight, that's not an alert. That doesn't count either. So no, you do need six. You should try and get 6 in the docks. 6 in the docks, and then 5 elsewhere. The safety alerts along the route. So if you don't have enough and you need to pick up an extra one, you can grab an alert from Johnny when you're escaping. So remember we stood up and then choked him out. If you stand up and just wait a second, he will then spot you. You get an alert and then you can choke him out. What happens if you don't have enough alerts? Sorry if you said it already. 6 in the talk someone in the stink. House apparently confirms you can go command room again. Yes, I'm going to show you I'm going to show that one. You could so yeah, 6 in the docks, 4 elsewhere to get to 10, and then you'll get 1 more here. The safety, so you can get 1 from Johnny if you just wait before you choke him out. You can also throw a grenade or a stun grenade as you're running through the blast furnace to pick up another one. But obviously that's going to use up your stun grenades and grenades. So try not to do that. But if you get to here, and if you get to here and you've got 10 or more, perfect, you got enough. Oh, if you do the stun strat in the nuke build, that's where I was going wrong. That's why I was miscounting. If you do the stun strat in the nuke building, first floor, that's another alert. But don't suggest doing that strat. Get yourself 6 alerts in the docks. So if you're at 10 or more alerts by the time you get here, then great, you've got enough. Make sure you get an alert from this guard just here. Throw a stun grenade so you get an alert, and that gets you to 10. If you don't have 10 at this point, don't worry about it too much, because there is a safety. It'll slow you down. It takes some time, but there is a safety. So the safety is you're going to run up into here. Can't skip this cutscene, so don't try. Hold X, you'll skip that cutscene. Hold X and square. So that all happened very quickly. There's an unskippable cutscene. Hold X during it so that you immediately skip the next cutscene. Mash start to skip the codec, and as you skip the codec, hold X and square so that you skip the next cutscene and you don't crouch when you come out to here. If you don't have, this should be alert number 11. So if you're using Livesplit, if you're using Livesplit like this, where it says Room Underground Bridge 3, this is part of Livesplit. If you're using Livesplit, there is an alert counter on it. Use it. Don't try and count them yourself. Just use the information in the auto splitter to count your alerts for you. If at this point then you have 10 or 9 or 10, if you've got less than 9 at this point, then you've really, really seriously messed up and you need to rethink your route because you've done something terribly wrong. But if you've got 9 here, you can get 2 very quickly. All you got to do is run back in here. That's a new alert. Run back out. That's another new alert. That's 2 alerts. You didn't hear the alert sound, but trust me, I have checked this with the alert counter on Livesplit, and that increases your alerts every time you go through. So if you're only at 9 when you first come out to here, just go back in, back out, and you'll get 2 more alerts. If you're at 10, back in, back out, you'll get 2 more alerts, you'll go up 12, but that's fine. To get past this guard here, when you first come out, you'll be here. You can GME if you really want to. And then obviously you need to hit triangle, go into first person, because of course there is a ladder over there that we need to climb. You don't have to GME. You can just run. If you've got plenty of health, just run, take the hit. If you're very fast, if you can skip that cutscene quickly and equip a weapon quickly, you might be able to get around him without being shot. It's not easy, and it doesn't happen every time, but it is doable. This save should load me back here. There you go. And that's getting around him without getting shot. Now, obviously, I had a weapon equipped straight away from that load, so it is difficult. But as I say, as long as you're not on 1 hit from death, you don't really need to GME. If you get shot, it wastes half a second. Don't worry too much about it. Okay, so at this point, we're going to climb back down and retrieve the PAL key. At this point, you must have 11 alerts. Do you not have 11 alerts at this point, you're going to have to try and find a rat. I'm not going to try and explain the rat. It's too much. We're already at 20 to midnight for my time anyway. So I'm not going to try and explain the rat. What I'm going to do, we're going to go down, and because we've got 11 or more alerts, the POW key is going to appear in one of 7 random locations. You need to learn your lines here. You need to know where you're going. The 7 locations are as follows. There's one here. You saw that that there was some SOCOM bullets there. In most of the locations, you'll find ammo, rations, other items. So that's how you know if you've hit them properly. But one of them will be the POW key. One of them will be a timed bomb. Okay? I'm not gonna explain that. There are other tutorials and stuff that explain how to do the rat. Go and find old tutorials on YouTube. If you want to know more about the rat, it's not worth explaining it because nobody does. The only people who do the rat now is if you are doing an extreme run and you're going for big boss rank, because for big boss you can't get any alerts. So that's the only time anyone does the rat anymore. Okay, so your 7 locations for the POW key are here, here, this position here, here, that's position 3. This position, you have to be very careful because you can go round it. If you hug this wall, you'll miss it. See how I didn't hit, and in fact, actually this one as well. If you hug the wall, you miss them. If you don't hug the wall, you get them. So do not hug the wall. That is the next position. That's position 4, and obviously that was where it was. Position 5 is there, and I got the bomb. Position 6 is there. If you get the bomb, you have to throw it. I'm going to throw it now because I'm going to run out of time otherwise. Position 7 is the worst position. Because position 7, you have to go all the way back, all the way around here. And position 7 is here, where I've just picked up that ration. As I said, it is completely random where the PAL key and the bomb will appear. There is nothing you can do to manipulate it. You just have to know your lines, run through. As soon as you grab the PAL key, run back. If you grab the bomb before you grab the PAL key, don't throw it straight away because you might throw it into your path where you're going to run. If you get the bomb, the best thing to do is to keep going until either you get the PAL key. So if I'd got the bomb first and then gone here and got the PAL key, I'd then open my menu, scroll to the bomb, hit circle to throw the bomb, go back to the PAL key, and then Snake would throw the bomb. He would lose his weapon and his PAL key, so he'd throw the bomb like this. Then all you need to do is, as you start running again, tap L1 and R1 and keep going. The only time when you throw the bomb before you pick up the PAL key is if you get to this position. If you get to this position here and you still haven't got the PAL key, and the PAL key's in position 7, it's in the worst spot, you now must throw the bomb. Because if you don't throw the bomb here, it will blow up on you. So let's just load this room one more time. I'm going to actually save it. Load it. If you reload this room, the card will appear in a different position. So get a save for this room, go through, learn where they all are, and practice your lines. I have seen runs. I was in a race. I was in an all bosses race in the tournament against another person who, for ease of embarrassment, I will not name that person. But I was massively behind because I screwed up a boss fight very early on in the run. And I overtook here because my opponent ran like that. Did not run here. Now, there's no item here, but the PAL key could spawn here. But he ran here, and on his way back, he ran here. He did not run where the PAL key was. And as a result, he had God PAL. If you get the PAL key under the bridge, it's the best position. We call it God PAL. He's got God PAL, and he missed it. And he spent so long trying to find it. Jag, thank you very much for the raid with your party of lovely viewers. Thank you very much for joining in. 69 viewers. Nice. Welcome. I am currently nearly completed the tutorial for Any%. So if you are looking to learn how to run Any% PC, which I believe is what Jag has just been doing, then you're in the right place. We're at the power key at the moment. So yeah. Position 1, 2, 3, 4 was there. 5 we've gone past. 6 is there. I still haven't got the power key, so I'm now going to throw the bomb. Re-equip my weapon so I run quickly. And unfortunately in this case, I have got power key number 7. This is the worst power key you can get. So I'm going to run all the way back, round here, and there's power key 7. Big Boy Burrito, thank you very much for the follow. Let's load that one more time. I'm going to do it once more. Hopefully we get a decent power key this time. And the Walk of Shame. Go through it one more time. So, God Key. As soon as you've got it, go and equip it. And you're good. That is the God Key. That is the best one you can get. We went from 7 to 1. Beautiful. Now, if you remember earlier, I said that whenever you don't have your level 7 card equipped, it will always be one away. It will always be one down. So you open your item menu, scroll up once, and you'll be at the level 7 card. The power key is exactly the same, just the other direction. Doesn't matter what item you've got open. If I've got a ration... Oh, no. No, it's only if you've got it's only if you've got the level 7 card out. My apologies. Oh, it's moved completely. What? The power key was always... Alright. Ignore me. But as long as you're only swapping between the level 7 card and the power key, and you should only at this point onwards need to swap between these two, they will always be in the same position. It's always up for PAL card. Sorry. Up for the ID card, down for the power key. We run. Thank you very much for the follow. So, once you've grabbed the power key, equip it, and run back to the control room. There's no codec calls on the way back. The codec calls that we had on the way there the first time you don't have again, so you're just going to run for them. Exactly the same as we did before. You should still have more stun grenades, so throw a stun grenade. This save doesn't have stun grenades, so I've got to cheat and use them, but throw a stun grenade to get past this guard nice and easily. If you don't have... of course you can follow. Anyone can follow. Go for it. If you only have one stun grenade left at any point, don't throw it, because you want to use it to swim. So if you don't have a stun grenade left, you can either... Thank you very much for the follow, Jameson Runs. If you don't have a stun grenade left at that point, you'll need to do something different. Now, the first 2 times you go through, you should still have stun grenades. So when we come back from freezing the key, I'll show you a different way of getting through there without using stun grenades, because that's the point where you might only have one left. When you go to put the power key in the computer, there are some cameras. You can beat the cameras. If you get spotted by the camera, as long as you get to the computer that you've got to put the power key into, before the alert finishes triggering, you can make it. So just run straight for the computer. Ignore the camera. Don't worry about the camera. It won't spot you. When you skip the cutscene, now I didn't do that there. You saw, as we've talked about a lot throughout this run, because I skipped the cutscene only holding X, Snake immediately crouched. The next thing we're going to need to do is we're going to need to go through the level 7 door to get out of here. So hold L2 as you hold X to skip the cutscene, and you will immediately open the item menu, and you can skip to the level 7 ID card. So let me show you that again. Insert yellow power key. So run straight over to the computer, hold L2. That's going to open the menu, swap to level 7 card, and then you can go. Now, There's a couple of different ways of getting past this camera. The quickest and easiest is just to run for it. You'll get through the door before the camera stops you. Just run. You get to the door. Snake will stop. You won't have seen that very well there. But as the door closes behind Snake, he stops. Just going to let that evasion wear off. Just going to get caught again. There we go. Ow! So it's not as easy when you're running back in and out again. But let me show that again. And this is going to happen every single time we come back here to redo the PAL key. Okay, go in. Hold L2, skip to the level 7 card, run out. And you see Snake stopped. And that's fine. That doesn't waste too much time. That's not too much of a problem. What you can do, though, you can beat the camera in a couple of different ways. One way is to buffer your movement so that the camera doesn't spot you. But we don't do that anymore. I'm not even gonna teach it because it's kind of awkward now. All we can do is we can use swim, because of course Snake stopped, but we can keep Snake's momentum going by using swim. So this is it. This use of swim isn't overly important. You don't waste that much time waiting for the door, but it is useful to remember that you can do it. So again, you've got stun grenades at this point. This is why you don't want to use up your last stun grenade. Remember, I have the key for 8 on my right on R2 because we never open the weapon menu. So I have it on R2, and I have chaff on my PlayStation button. So for me to swim, I just easily hold R2 and tap the PlayStation button. So put the PAL key in, swap to the level 7 card, run, hold R2, and then just tap as we move. And that's it. You're going to do that. You'll do that for the normal PAL key. You'll do that for the cold key. So we'll see this again in a minute. Next, we need to get past this guard. You can either wait and sort of get to there, and that's fine. But obviously, we don't want to do that. What we're going to do is we're going to use another technique. Again, this is another technique that we used to use more often, but things change. We don't use it as often as we used to. We're going to use a technique called skating. Now, as you can hear, because we're on this very grated flooring here, it's not grated here. Snake's footsteps can't be heard here. Here, that guard can hear these footsteps. If we constantly equip and unequip the weapon that we're holding, Snake never puts a foot on the floor. It's quite difficult at this angle. You might be able to see that Snake never puts his foot down on the floor. Because of that, his footsteps are silenced. He doesn't make a sound on the grates. So what we can do, in Twin Snakes, you can instant freeze the card on a pipe. You can. It was one of the only things that's really good about Twin Snakes over MGS1. Now, in MGS1, on this version, we do have to go all the way back. So what we can do to get past this guard is we can... Oh, I need to actually put the PAL key in first. Remember? Out the door. Oh, I haven't got any stun grenades. Okay, so what we can do is we can skate here. So you only need to do it over that one grate. You don't need to do it over the second grate because we run past him quicker than he can turn. So it's just this grate here. So instead of his footsteps being heard there, we just tap, 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 tap. 4 taps is all it takes. Just tap it 4 times. Snake won't make a sound, and he'll get past that guard nice and easily. No sweat whatsoever. It's actually possible to do it in 2. You can actually just unequip and re-equip, just 2 taps, but your timing has to be spot on, so just don't try it. It doesn't really waste any time. So just 4 taps, get over it. You could also GME, yes, but of course, because you're going up a ladder, you're then going to have to go into first person in order to interact with the ladder. So you could GME if you're not comfortable skating. You can GME. So But skating is really easy. You don't even need to do it that quickly. You can if you want. You can just like, very quickly tap, 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 and you'll skate. Skating is very, very easy to do. It is not difficult. You can see here, that's a much better angle. You see Snake never puts his foot down, so he never makes a footstep sound. Very, very simple to do. Okay, so now, if you know the story, you know that we now have to go and freeze the power key. So we're going back to where we fought Raven. For this, to get through this room, you can either you could GME here if you really wanted to, or you can take a pretty specific line to get through, and it's not that difficult. You just need to make sure that you're here. You're not in the center, because if you're in the center, you'll get shot. You just go slightly over to the right-hand side of this bridge, and then walk through. And you won't get hit by those guns. Oops. So on the way through we use a chaff grenade normally. But I'll show you that nice and quickly. So just go straight left. Keep on the right-hand side. As soon as you get down the steps, run over. It's a very, very simple line. You don't need to worry about that line too much. Very, very simple line. Okay. So now we are back in the warehouse. We are freezing the power key. Go and grab those Stinger missiles because you're going to need them for Rex. There's another pack of Stinger missiles over here. You're going to need these for Rex as well. Yeah, you should have... I've now got 14 Stingers. I thought I'd have 15 Stingers at this point. I must have used a Stinger at some point. 14 Stingers is more than enough. It only takes, I think, 11 to kill Rex. There's the pack outside the warehouse, north, over there. That will respawn after you've gone through the blast furnace. You can grab them again. In this room, it takes exactly 61 seconds to heat or freeze the power key. Whether you're in the blast furnace heating or in here freezing, it takes exactly 61 seconds. Oh, Jameson runs. Thank you. That's a very nice comment. Thank you. For anyone watching the VOD or on YouTube, Jameson said, "I'm so glad people like you can break down this game. I couldn't imagine trying to learning to speedrun of a 50-page forum post." There's lots of tutorials, and there is the MGSR wiki to go and look at as well. There's lots of different ways. I really like doing live tutorials like this. It's a lot of fun. People find it really helpful, so I'm glad people are enjoying it. So it takes exactly 61 seconds to freeze or heat the power key, and there's a couple of things you can do to determine when it is ready to go. The easiest, by far the absolute easiest, is to use Livesplit. We all use Livesplit. We all have to use Livesplit to time our runs. So just make sure that you've got a split that starts when you enter this room. And as soon as your split timer, your segment timer for this room hits 61 seconds, so 1 minute and 1 second, leave the room. You don't need to check. Don't need to check the key, because after 61 seconds, you are guaranteed that it will have frozen. Unless, of course, you start opening menus. Don't open your menus. Don't pause the game or do anything like that. Just wait for 61 seconds. If you've got your menu open, your PAL key isn't freezing and you're wasting time. If you leave the room before 61 seconds, you will have to re-enter the room and wait a whole new 61 seconds. So it is vital that you just wait. And as I say, use Livesplit just to do it. There is a music cue that you can use instead. You can hear that there's this sort of synth noise. And that synth noise that just plays for the 3rd time. That is also time to leave. So by now, the PAL key is frozen. As I say, just use Livesplit. Just have a say. There's a if you're setting up B-Man's Autosplitter, there is a specific setting so that when you enter that room, the split starts immediately. Make sure you have that selected. And as I say, as soon as 61 seconds is up, leave. You don't need to check the PAL key. Just go. And then, of course, we are now going to make our way back all the way up I had to go a little bit out of the way there because I didn't do that bother. As soon as you enter here, switch to the POW key. After you've frozen the key and after you've heated the key, make sure you switch to the POW key as soon as you enter this room. Because if you forget to switch to the POW key and you get all the way to the computer room and you haven't got it equipped, you're gonna get spotted by those cameras. Because you have to have it equipped to use it on the computer. Right. Getting across this catwalk. As I said before, at this point in the game, you probably only have one stun grenade left, and you want to use that stun grenade to swim. So instead of using a stun grenade, what we're going to do is we're going to skate again. You could GME. You could just GME. Don't need to push triangle because we're not interacting with the ladder. We're just going through a door. So if you really want to, just GME to get through here. But what you can also do is you can skate. So as you get down to this grate here, whoops, of course, I can't interact with my menus. Just skate from here. Guard won't hear you, and you can run up to there. You'll actually get past him a bit quicker. Obviously, I had to stop a couple of times on the way down, so you'll get past him quicker. You might get past him and he might spot you. As long as you're not on one-shot death, then you'll be fine. When you've got a frozen POW key, put it in the computer, exactly the same as normal POW key. You can still beat the camera, you can still get back. So immediately just straight over to the second control computer, hold L2, switch to level 7 card, straight back out again, swim out. I can't swim because I haven't got stun grenades. Skate to get past that guard. And now we are going to go all the way back to the blast furnace. The route back is exactly the same as we've done already. So we're just gonna go back. So if anyone's got any questions about anything so far in the run, or any other comments or anything, now's a really good time to go for it because there's not really anything for me to explain until we get to the blast furnace. So if you've got anything at all, now's a really good time. This is usually the point if you're doing a marathon, you know, for a charity. This is the point where you say now's a good time for donations. So remember the line to get through here. Stay on the right hand side of the center, and then as soon as you're down the stairs, straight across. To get through this room, all you're going to do is go down left here, and then right, and that's it. That room is really nice and simple. Move over to the right a little bit, use the control panel, and you're starting to go back up. On the way back up, there is another codec call, so make sure you go into GME 2 on the ride back up. Fuck some crows if you want. Alright, you'll know that there's a codec call because we'll lose the HUD and Snake will stop. Anytime. There we go. So there's the codec call that we're skipping, but because the elevator's still moving up, we move up into the next area. As I said the first time we came through here, the gun turret in this room is random as to whether it will shoot you or not. Little trick though, if the gun turret starts shooting you during this unskippable scene, you won't get hit by it. Fortunately it didn't in this case. I'm gonna get shot, but like I said, it doesn't waste any time. It's a very slight delay. It's completely random. There's nothing you can do about it. If you are worried, then GME. But obviously, if you do GME, you then need to go into first person so that you can then interact with the control panel. Another ride up. Nice and simple. Obviously, switch between our two different grenade types as we go up. And again, we're going to go into the blast furnace and we are going to wait for 61 seconds for the POW key to heat. Whilst you're in here, just grab these stun grenades. Because at this point, you've probably only got one stun grenade left and this now means you've got 3 stun grenades to use, so you can throw another stun grenade on the catwalk guard. There is another route that you can take here to grab some more stingers if you want to. This was only recently discovered. It does mean that you don't have to grab the stingers that are outside the... should be right. It does mean that you don't have to grab the stingers outside of Warehouse North. So outside the room that's got all the gun turrets, you don't have to grab the stinger missiles that are outside that door if you do this route. But it's not overly imperative that you do it. The main thing with this route is that now we can GME again. And all of it, and same as we first went in, all of these areas. Oh, this one hasn't. That's all good. All of those areas have despawned their. They're not solid, and you can just run straight through. If you do end up going in here, each time you go in or out of this room, and you get that that little black loading screen, the PAL key isn't heating, so don't go in there. If you do this bit right, like I didn't do, you do this bit right. Oh, the lift's still up at the top, so never mind. If you do that bit right, then you don't have to go into that room. Obviously, I haven't got a timer on to show me when 61 seconds is, so I did have to check. But yeah, just use Livesplit. As soon as 61 seconds is up, just leave. Don't try and be smart. Don't try and set it up so that as soon as 61 seconds hits, you're running through the door. Just wait. There's some other little tricks you can do. The one that I do is I will go up to the edge of the door, open the door, go into GME2. Oh, whoops. I'll go into GME2. I'll then go and crouch just outside the door, but still in GME, so I'm skipping triggers. And then, as soon as the timer hits 1 minute and 400ths of a second, so 1:00.4, so 1 minute 0 seconds 0.4, I then crouch, because that resets GME, means we can interact with triggers, and it takes 0.6 seconds for Snake to crouch and go through the door. So that's what I do. But to be honest, as I said, just wait. As soon as you see it hit 1 minute and 1 second, run up through the door. I think Plywood is one who, if the door's here, he'll go and stand like a few steps away from it, and then as soon as the timer hits 1 minute, it takes him a second to then run through the door. I think Plywood does that. But it's not necessary when you're first learning. These are more things that you're going to try and do just to save slight bits of time. Okay, so going back through the warehouse, exactly the same as when you came in, just on the other side. Go up and right. Nothing special, nothing to do, just up and right through. And you've got more, you've still got chaff grenades here, so throw a chaff grenade. Grab this ammo. This ammo pack will have respawned. If you grabbed it already, it will have respawned. Change to the PAL key. And then back up. Back up to the control room. Same again. We've got more stun grenades this time, so we can use a stun grenade to get past this guard on the catwalk. So we're going to use a stun grenade again. The other advantage of doing the backtrack that I did in the blast furnace is you grab some more chaff grenades as well. If you're low on chaff grenades, it can be useful for that as well. Now, when we go to put the PAL key in, we can't beat the camera for the third computer, so you have to take a slightly different line. You're going to go down and round through the middle and then to there. Hold X, mash start. Can't skip this cutscene, but as soon as this cutscene ends, open your codec. This is the only time, as the player, you're going to make a codec call. So open the codec, hit down to open the menu, immediately hit right. Ottocon's number will always be there on the right. No matter what you've done throughout your any percent run, Ottocon's number will always be there on the right, because you never called Meryl, so you don't have her number. You never called Deep Throat, you don't have her number. You never called Natasha, you don't have her number. Ottocon's number will always be on the right. On all bosses, you will have called Deep Throat, so Ottocon's number will actually be down. But on any percent, it's always to the right. Call him, mash start to skip it, mash select to end it. Run over to the door and look at the door in first person. The reason we look at the door in first person is as soon as Ottocon's call comes through to tell us that he's opened the door, the game will take the camera back away from us. So as soon as we see the camera shift away from first person, we know to hit select. So hold him. As soon as the camera shifts, hit select. Mash. Can't skip that. And 3. And just walk to the right. Hold X, and we're into Rex. You can just hold X for that one. Don't worry that Snake crouches there. You've got plenty of time. Okay, so we're now into our second boss fight of the game. And again, because we've got GME, we're going to cheat. We're going to be invincible, and it's going to be nice and easy. So, walk forwards to this line. Now, it's very, very difficult to see this line on the floor from here. You can count your steps. It's about 5 steps forwards, or you can edge slowly forwards. But there is a line on the floor. It's difficult to see. It's this line here. It is difficult to see from the angle that you're at, but it's how I do it. I can see that line. I know whereabouts it is. It's something you'll get used to. So just walk forwards to that line. GME. Equip the stinger. And you want to aim, obviously you want to aim at the radome. We're going to destroy the radome. You can fire your first stinger shot the moment Rex roars. So I'm actually going to load this again because because I had to stop and things. It was a bit late. So I'm just going to reload this save. Move forward to the line. GME. Stinger out with 5. We now get to use the stinger. Stinger is on 5 on the hotkeys. So either hit 5 on your keyboard, or if you've assigned it on your controller, I have it assigned to up on the right analog stick. Hit 5, aim at the radome. Just aim straight up, and there, as soon as Rex roars, fire. You'll hit it as soon as the iframes start. Now you can see in that pause, there is an explosion sprite. That explosion is a sprite. As soon as that explosion sprite disappears, you can fire your next shot. You don't need to change your aim. Because of where you're stood, because we've moved forward to that line, Rex will only try and hit you with his machine gun and with his laser. He won't try and hit you with rockets because you're too far forwards. So because of that, he's only going to move slightly, and you can just stay aiming in one position. As soon as that sprite of the explosion disappears, you fire your next shot. Next shot. Next shot. Next shot. Next shot. Next shot. Done. Hold X. We now go into Frank Yeager's speech. If you're playing on the GOG version of the game might randomly crash here. Nobody knows why. And it nearly cost me a tournament game once. So, fuck GOG. Use the Reddit version. You can use weapon hotkeys here as well to put Snake into like a ragdoll state. As soon as this is about to come to an end, hold X and square so that you skip the next cutscene and you don't crouch. What you want to do now is you want to go into GME. You want to move forward to just inside the circle that's on the floor, and then get your stinger out. So, GME, move forward so you can see that there's a big circle around the outside, and there's kind of like this big octagon, hexagon. I don't know how many sides it's got, but there's a big shape there. You kind of want to be on the edge of that, so where I'm stood right here. Get your stinger out. Shoot. Now this time, because Liquid is much further forwards, we need to just wait about a second after that sprite's disappeared. So same explosion sprite, but once it's disappeared, just wait an extra second and then fire your next one. And if you're stood in the right place, again, Liquid won't lean back to shoot you with missiles. He will only lean forwards to shoot you with his machine gun and with his laser. Okay? You could snipe, as Lightning Strike is asking if you can snipe him with the PSG-1. You can. It is a way of beating him. You can beat him with the PSG-1 instead. The problem is that you need to go really, really far away to be able to aim up high enough. It's really slow. Don't do it. Just use the stinger. Jameson Run says, I wish there was a speed run where you can just blow the ninja up, save time by not saying his entire death speech. We can skip some of his death speech, but that's for all bosses. I did do a stream for that the other day. I haven't put the VOD out yet because it's 8 hours. It's quite a lengthy one. All right, so we have to wait just a second or so after that explosion sprite ends. Fire. 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 And as you can see, I was lined up really well there. We didn't move backwards. If you're too far forwards, you won't be able to aim up high enough to hit him, because Snake can only go up so far. He can go up to about a 45-degree angle. So if you're too far forwards, you won't. Liquid will be over the top of you. If you're too far back, then Liquid will pull Rex backwards away from you to then fire missiles at you instead. If that happens, it's not too much of a problem. I'm gonna just quickly redo that fight to see if I can get that to happen. The way he destroys Rex versus how 7-year-old me did it is very different. So GME 5. Wait for it. Fire. 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 We have to wait through the front Jaeger. Skip. Well, we can actually skip this bit. We're not allowed to we're not allowed to in easy. We can skip this in very easy. You're not allowed to skip it in any other difficulty. So this time I'm gonna be just a little bit outside of that ring. The last time you saw, I was on the line of where that sort of hexagonal, octagonal shape was. This time I'm going to be a little further away. Skip, DME, I'm going to stand here. Oh, this is in the wrong direction. As you can see, he's already further away, and now he's moving back. So now we have to adjust our aim, because he's now going to move forwards. I just need to step forwards to there, so I'm on the edge. That's the other nice thing, if you're not quite far enough forwards and he does move back, just come out of it, step forwards, and you'll be fine. We're also going to hold X, mash start, skip codec, skip cutscenes, and we're now into Liquid. Liquid Snake. Okay, so this is the only boss fight in the game where you're not allowed to use GME. We have to fight him normally. What we're going to do is we are going to do what's called the Liquid Infinite combo. This is easily the most skill-based part of the run. It can be horrible because it's right at the end of the run. So you could have had an absolutely perfect run all the way up to this point and then throw it at this fight. The way that we do this fight is we need to put Liquid into a position where he can't go backwards any further. Every time you punch Liquid, he moves backwards slightly. If you punch and then kick him, he moves back further. If we just continuously punch him, he slowly moves backwards. Eventually, he will move backwards so far that we then can't reach him with our next punch. We'll lose it. So what we need to do is we need to get Liquid into a position where if we punch him, he can't go back any further. So we need to get him to an edge. We put him into a position where he's at an edge. We then do what's called the infinite punch combo to keep him in position and to stop him from moving. To do the infinite punch combo, we have to punch in a rhythm. So when you're doing this, if you've got a headset on that's got a volume control on it, like mine has a little volume control, I just mute my headset. I now can't hear the game. Oh, Christ. Nope, I turned it the wrong way and I just turned it up to max volume instead. That was bad. So now you guys can still hear the game, but I can't. If you don't have a volume control on your headset, take your headset off. You'll see if you watch runners at marathons or watch people running this and they don't have that, you'll see them at this point, they will always take their headset off. The reason they take their headset off at this point is because they need to they don't want to listen to the game. You don't want to listen to any rhythms of liquid being punched. You need to listen to the rhythm of your controller. I'm just going to tab out of the game just so that I'm not controlling the game anymore. And the rhythm, it's a 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. I'll demonstrate with the controller. I've got to move my controller close to the microphone so you can hear it, because the sensitivity is very good on this microphone. It's kind of like a gallop. 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. It is something that will take time. This, as I've said, this is the most skill-intensive portion of the entire run. It is a bit like boxing lessons. It is very, very skill-intensive, and it will take time. In game, let me show you what that actually looks like in game, so you can see. I'm gonna keep my headset off for the moment, just because very sweaty ears now. So let me show you what that actually looks like in game. I don't want to do it here with liquid because I obviously things. Actually, no, I can still do it here, as long as I stand away from him. As you can see, Snake is continuing to punch over and over again, but he never kicks. If he goes slightly too fast, then obviously he'll PPK.
It's going to blow!
You can speed it up a bit. There is a bit of leeway. It's not an exact rhythm, but as long as you never quickly tap 3 times. Tap.
What's wrong, Snake?
And obviously, once you get too fast, then you get into silly territory where Snake can't keep up. So it's just a nice tap, 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 tap. As I say, this is something you will just have to practice. When I first started learning this, I was really bad at this. This took me a very long time to get used to. And before the All Bosses race, the All Bosses tournament that we did back in May, basically, I was furloughed from work. I wasn't working at the time, so I had lots of free time. So I would just, like, every single day when I was on my computer, I was making videos, I was doing lots of other stuff. I would just, like, take half an hour every day to just come in here and just practice this fight. Just every single day, half an hour, do this fight over and over again. And eventually I got good at it. I got good at 2-throw. I then got good at zero throw. And as a result, these are not my words. These are the words. I can tell you, these are the words of Bruschetta Bros. Pretty sure Bruschetta Bros said this. Bruschetta Bros says Nick is easily the best liquid fighter in Europe. Not in the world. I don't hold a candle to the likes of D-Limes, Plywood, Glenn, and that lot. But I was quite proud that someone suggested, Bruschetta Bros suggested that I am the best liquid fighter in Europe. So that's kind of nice. But this fight takes a lot of practice. It is very, very difficult to learn. You just have to practice. So here are the setups for it. Luckily, I can just use the area read to quickly fight. So
If you
the
win,
easiest setup for it, there is the single punch. There is a single punch method which I don't recommend, only because there's only one method that uses the single punch. Everything else uses the double punch, so I don't
you
recommend
cross this
learning the
line,
single punch. As a result, I'm not actually very good at the single punch because I never really learned it. You can just run straight up to Liquid and start single punching him. But the single punch is a lot slower. I'll see if I can do it, like I said, I'm not actually very good at it because I didn't learn it. That kind of went wrong because I should have punched him, he should have been moving away from me. But that's kind of the start for the single punch.
If you win,
I don't think I have to load. I don't have to load this every time. If I die, if I actually, if I load the save here, I might not have to watch through the cutscene again. I think.
If you cross this line,
anyway, the setup that most people start with is called the double throw. This is the one that most people start learning how to do this with, and this is going to put Liquid up in the top right hand corner. So we immediately run over to him and throw. We come and stand here, so we are down just south of him. That's going to cause Liquid to move up to the top left. We're going to follow him, and then we're going to throw him over to the right. Once he has got up from being thrown over to the right, we start the combo. Now move over, throw.
nice shot.
I'm going to stop it there. Just going to save it because I think if I now load that save, the fight will start straight away. So I made that look very easy, and it is not. It is very tricky. One thing that I do when I do this, one thing that I do when setting that up is after I throw Liquid for the second time, I wait for the animation to fully end, for Snake's animation to fully end. He stops, he goes back into a standard position, and it's only as soon as I see that, I then run over to the right and start the combo. And that seems to be the right timing for when Liquid then stands up. What you saw happen there was Liquid was going backwards north. It was actually at a slight angle, so he was actually going slightly northeast. But you can't punch him off the edge. So he keeps going backwards as we punch him, and he can't go anywhere, and that's how we keep the combo going. Luckily, he was moving slightly to the right, so it meant at the end of the combo, we just finish him off with a PPK. As soon as, the way you know that you can finish Liquid off with a PPK is, if you look at his health bar, that's on the screen now. Thank you. Perfected this fight, was so smooth. You ain't seen nothing yet. You can see that the L in Liquid, the sort of the left side of the L that goes up into the life bar. As soon as his health goes past that bit of the L, you can then PPK him. Let me show you that one more time. Hopefully, I won't have to watch the whole of the cutscene again. I still have to watch the cutscene again. If you die and reload and continue, you don't have to watch the cutscene again. Unfortunately, if you load it, you still have to watch the cutscene. So, unfortunately, we've got to watch the cutscene every time. I'll show you that again.
If you cross this line,
unfortunately, this is one of the things. It's really difficult to slow this down.
will kill even
This is more of a show and tell rather than a deep dive because it's very difficult to slow down. If it was a video, then obviously I could slow the video down and stuff like that. So immediately throw him, go and stand underneath, wait for Snake to fully finish. Unfortunately I was just a little too slow getting to him. And this is the really tricky bit with this fight. It's getting that start. You can do this anywhere, but as you can see, Liquid kind of moves in different places and you don't want to do it. If you get to a position where you've messed it up and you need to start again, come and stand here. Because Liquid will either go and stand there, or he's moved in. He will either go and stand there, or he'll stand in the same position on the other side. And you can reset it back up again. Here's the kick, you just duck, go back down here, I start up again. It's going to go there. We've got him at a funny angle here. I can't kick him off. What I'm going to do is finish the combo, just move out of the way, and then go and kick him off. You should be able to just do a quick spin around, or from here actually, you can also just throw. I think he's at enough health. Oh no. If he's got no health left, you can throw him off instead. Yeah, I'm making a bit of a mess of this. We don't need to see the end of the fight. So I'll try the double throw one more time. But the timing for it is very, very tight. You need to be, you know, as soon as Snake is in that, has finished his animation of his throw, move over, start punching. And as I say, it's very difficult to explain it. You just kind of know. You'll get used to it, and you'll know how it's done. So I'll do the double throw one more time.
Have at you, Snake.
Throw. I'm over here. Throw. As you saw, his life bar went down below the bit of the L, so we could finish him off. That is the way I would recommend all new players start to learn Liquid. There are faster methods of doing Liquid. There is one slower method. There is the single punch method, which I really don't recommend learning because every other method is double punching. If you go into it learning how to single punch, then you're just making it harder on yourself in the long run. So start by learning that. There's 3 quicker versions from there. One of them I can't do. The next quickest version is the single throw. And I actually can't do it. I never learned to single throw. You have to throw Liquid in a very specific position. Basically, it's that first throw that you do. You get him into that corner straight away. I can't do it. So I just don't. The next fastest version, the fastest version that you would do in a run is the zero throw. And this is what I have become very, very good at. This is why Bruschetta suggested that I'm the best liquid fighter in Europe. So I'll show you the zero throw. It's one to try. Once you're more comfortable with the fight, you can try the zero throw. I actually now find the zero throw easier than the double throw. The double throw is much easier to get started with. The zero throw is just moving around Liquid to get him into that position. I'll show you the zero throw. Hopefully I get it right straight away. Don't always.
Have at you, Snake. Nice shot.
Unfortunately there, I didn't start the combo early enough and he started moving backwards. I needed to switch to single punches because in single punches he doesn't move backwards as far and you can keep it going a bit longer. That wasn't that great, unfortunately. I will give it one more go because I would like to show off and see if I can get it.
If you win, you might still be able to say
yeah, once just as characters just said, same here. I can't seem to get two throw to work consistently anymore. I'm exactly the same. I can't do two throw consistently anymore. I'm so much better at zero throw because for me it's just easier. But for zero throw you need to be very, very confident with movement. It is a very exact line you have to take to get into position for the zero throw. So I'll try it again. Go, and that is almost perfect zero throw. The other tricky thing with zero throws you may have seen there is that because Liquid was If you get Liquid into like a 45-degree diagonal angle, you can do it with double punches throughout. But if he is a bit more parallel to you, then you need to switch to single punches just for two or three punches, just so that you can get a little bit closer to him and then finish the combo. That's the other thing with the zero throw. You need to be able to switch between double and single punches, and that is the other really tricky thing about the zero throw. There is one quicker method. I call it the single step. I have only ever achieved it like 3 times. There aren't many runners who have achieved it. It is pinpoint perfect movement. It is almost pixel perfect. So you just don't do it in a run. Nobody ever puts it into a run because it is so difficult to do. I'll give it one go, just to sort of show how you do it. But
If you win, you
don't
might still
don't
be able
even
to
think,
save.
like, as I say, top runners. I only ever put it into
Could
a
enjoy
run
one
if I already know my
brief
run is
moment
dead.
of love.
If my run is completely dead, there's no way I'm PBing, I will just
If you
try it for
cross
the hell of
this
it
line,
to see if I can get my sum of best out. To this
At
day,
this height,
I've not put it into
it
a
will
run
kill
because it's so
even
difficult.
you.
You have to step up once and move over to the left perfectly. So I'll give it a try, but I'm not.
Have at you,
Do not
snake.
think I will do it. I didn't, but that wasn't far. That's pretty much it. That's kind of how it starts. Unfortunately, my positioning wasn't perfect, so Liquid got out of it. But that's kind of how it works. So at least gives you an idea. All right, so that's enough of Liquid. Unless anyone wants to see if anyone wants to see 2 throw, or I can't show you 1 throw because I just don't know it, and I wouldn't recommend it. But if anyone wants to see another one, if not, I'm going to load straight into the escape. I'm going to put my headphones back on so I can hear now. But I'm just going to load straight into the escape, and we will finish this thing. Escape. Okay, so escape. Now, do not be tricked into thinking that the escape is an auto scroller. It is not. You do have to hit Liquid 16 times on easy. So we're going to move down to here. We're going to wait for a guard to come and stand there. Oh, we're going to choke the guard. Just slowly choke him as you move backwards. Choke him, choke that guard out, slowly choke him so that you don't lose control of him. Because if you just choke him once and then don't do another choke, he will eventually wriggle out of it. So do a couple of little chokes as you pull him over. Once Otacon goes to rev the engine for the 2nd time, then kill him. If you kill him earlier than that, the other guards will start shooting you early. So you want to kill. They don't shoot you because you've got a hostage. They don't want to shoot him. So only kill him after Otacon has started his 2nd rev of the engine. As soon as you've killed him, put your back up against the back of the Jeep, towards the back of the Jeep, and then I just keep tapping up. If you're leaning up against the Jeep, Snake won't get in it. But if you're too far away from it, he won't get in it. So I find the easiest thing to do is to just lean up against it, and then start moving. I'm just gonna show you that bit again. A word of caution: at this point, once you're in the truck, you can't go back to this menu. Can't save or load from this menu. The only reason I was able to get back to there once I got in the truck is I used the area reloader, which you're not allowed to use in runs. I'm using it to make this easier. So I'll just show you that again. Can't skip these cutscenes.
Uh-oh, a surveillance camera.
Move down. Wait for the guard to get in position.
Keys. I got
Grab.
him. Let's go.
Choke. Slow choke.
I got it.
And then just stay there. And then when you're operating the gun, just hold triangle and square. You want to do this in first person. Don't try and do this fight in third person. Just hold triangle and square. Some people find it easier to hold to do this with the keyboard. If you find it easier to do it with the keyboard, do it with the keyboard. All I do is I just hold triangle and square and let go of square occasionally. For the first guard, there's going to be 2 guard checkpoints. For the first guard checkpoint, there's going to be 2 barrels that you want to shoot. So you want to line your gun up. If you look at the screen now, you can see there's like a little ridge that comes up at the back of the truck. You want to line your gun up to the right-hand side of that ridge. You can see the ridge there. So line it up against the edge. As soon as Otacon starts talking, start shooting, and then move over to the right. Sorry, move over to the left. And then aim at that pillar. See that pillar that was there? Aim at that pillar. That's going to line you up nicely for the next set of guards. The next set of guards is 3 of them. There's no barrels with these guys. You need to kill them. It takes 4 shots to kill them. You want to hit the middle guard. There's going to be 1 on the left, 1 in the middle, 1 on the right. You don't want to hit the guard on the right as you swing round. Because if you hit him, he will move to a different location, and he may move further away from you, and that's awkward. So wait for Otacon to finish speaking and start shooting as you've swung round. So you hit the middle guy, and then you immediately start shooting the guy on the left. You don't hit the guy on the right. If you get shot during this checkpoint, it doesn't matter. It's random whether you get shot. There's nothing you can do to control it. You just have to make the most of it. So, aim, wait, start shooting. 1, 2, 3. I've got shot. That doesn't matter. Swing round to the guard on the right. Hit it 4 times, and then go back to the guard in the middle and finish him off. So if you do that right, it takes 4 shots to kill them. As you initially swing round, as Otacon swings the Jeep round, you should hit the middle guard once. You then shoot the guard on the left 4 times. Swing over to the guard on the right, hitting the guard in the middle for the 2nd time. 4 times on the guard on the right. Back to the middle guard. You've only got 2 more shots, and he's dead. And that is checkpoint 2. Checkpoint 2, as I said, because of the randomness of being shot, it's a bit tricky. You just have to practice it to get used to it. Finally, Liquid's still not dead. We have to kill him. 16 shots it takes to kill him. And if you just keep aiming at him, he'll just do this constantly. He'll stay ducked down. So what we need to do is aim away from him and swing across. Swing. Wait for him to get back up. Swing. Wait. Oh, that's a bit too hasty there. Wait for him to get back up. Swing. Wait for him to get back up. Swing. Now moving on to phase 2. Here, he's going to bump you. As soon as he's bumped you, shoot him. Bump. Shoot. You can do this 3 times. Bump. Shoot. Phase 3. Back into swing. So swing. He gets up. Swing. He gets up. Swing. Now transitioning into the final phase. Between this phase and the phase where we're in the really narrow corridor, it's possible to shoot it during the transition twice. If you get those 2 shots in, the next phase is considerably shorter. It's not very easy to do, but if you can do it, it will massively speed the fight. I will do this fight 1 more time so you can see it again. Now from here, Liquid's hitbox, particularly in this phase, is very finicky. Once you've set it up, you don't need to move. And then from here, again, just aim at him. You've got plenty of health until you've done enough damage. Hopefully, if I use the area reloader, we start this whole fight again. So I'm going to show this 1 more time.
I'll drive.
1 more time, and then we will finish. Now, time isn't when we lose control. There is a cutscene. The screen will go white. Oops. The screen will go white. I'm going to hold X. There's a cutscene. Skip the cutscene. There's a codec. I start to skip the codec. And then you're just going to hold X and escape to skip the credits and skip all the end stuff. Just hold X and scrap. Anyway, hold X and escape. Line up to the back of the truck there. start shooting as we spin round.
Uh-oh, Snake. It's a checkpoint.
Move over to the left almost immediately. Only takes like
Good
3 or 4
job, Snake.
shots.
Let's go.
So pretty much as soon as you start shooting. Line up with the pillar on the left-hand side, which I didn't do, but I'm roughly in the right place.
Snake! Here they come.
1, 2, 3, 4. I got shot, but swing round. 1, 2, 3, 4. Swing up to him. 1, 2, 3. He's down.
You did it, Snake!
Here we go with liquid again. Remember, phase 1, swing. Phase 2, bump. Phase 3, swing. Phase 4, line it up. Phase 5, just shoot. There's not really much to say about phase 5. Swing. Wait for him to get up. Swing. Wait for him to get up. Swing. 3 shots. He's now going to move over. That's the transition phase. So I hit him once there. He's going to bump. Shoot. If you try and shoot him just as he bumps you, you might be able to get an early hit in and he won't move as far back. But it's very, very precise. Don't worry too much about it. Phase 3, swing. Swing. And try and hit him twice as we transition. Again here. Hit him. Now he's hit me, so I need to move back into position. Hit him, and then once you've hit him, he should be in the same position at all times. So his hitbox is a bit finicky, so if you're struggling to hit him, just wiggle left and right as you're trying to hit him. Just sort of move it over slightly. So, right screen, hold X, or skip, mash X, hold X and escape at the same time. Very important you hit X and escape. And time is when the word score appears on the screen. Just hold X and escape throughout. As soon as the word score shows, that's time. If you're running the auto splitter and you've got it set up correctly, as soon as it says score, the auto splitter will stop, and that will be the end. And that is it. The time that is now displayed on the screen will be your final time. Now remember, I've been loading saves, so this time is not indicative of how long we've been going. I've been going actually for just over 4 hours, which is not a good run. But that is any percent. Congratulations on world record. That's to be honest, that's a really bad any percent run. That's a world record, very easy all bosses time right there. Probably not doable on very easy though. But that's it. That is any percent easy. Now obviously for normal, hard and extreme, there are a couple of different things you have to do, but don't worry about that. If you're learning this for the first time, just get used to easy. I started learning this in October last year. I learned it for a 24-hour stream that I did in November. I then touched it a couple of times between then and Christmas, but only a couple of times, didn't really do much. It was then in January where I really got into it and started playing it consistently. And I just ran this. I ran any percent easy from January through to March. So nearly 3 months of just this, and got really good at this, and then transitioned over to all bosses. So, give it time. If you want to learn all bosses, by all means go for it, but I would strongly recommend learning any percent first, and then once you're comfortable with moving around, with how the route goes and stuff like that, then move on to all bosses, because all bosses throws all of the bosses in, and you have to learn all of the